vital diagnostic tool to identify effective solutions that inform policy and programs appropriate for Africa. However, the role of private enterprise cannot be overstated. Increased investment has the capacity not only to spur economic growth, but also to create job opportunities and enhance the general welfare of citizens. But investment requires an enabling environment. The right policies, robust institutions, and transparent regulatory frameworks are essential. We believe improved governance, facilitated by organizations like GGA, and the catalytic role of private enterprise hold the key to unlocking Africa's turnaround and its vast potential. As GGA Increase investment. the success of your business in Africa. Endowed with abundant natural wealth, Africa. Yet, Africa grapples with the highest global unemployment and unrealized potential, stifled economies, and with a current population of 1.4 billion, and projections indicating a surge to 1.84 billion people by 2034, by poor governance 2.5 billion by 2050, and a staggering 4.2 billion by 2070. On strong institutions, Africa's youthful demographic and accountable leadership presents a great opportunity for the success of your business in Africa. This is where Good Governance Africa is making a difference. Endowed with abundant natural wealth, anchored in Africa, and led by African professionals, Africa grapples with the highest global unemployment rate, specialized research, serving as a vital diagnostic and widespread poverty. Our continent is plagued by poor governance and mismanagement. Effective governance, built on strong institutions, sound policies, and accountable leadership, is crucial for economic growth and sustainable development. This is where Good Governance Africa is making a difference. Anchored in Africa and led by African professionals, GGA conducts specialized research, serving as a vital diagnostic tool to identify effective solutions that inform policy and programs appropriate for Africa. Like GGA and the catalytic role of private enterprise hold the key to unlocking Africa's turnaround. The role of private enterprise cannot be overstated. Increased investment has the capacity not only to spur economic growth, but also to create job opportunities and enhance the general welfare of citizens. But investment requires an enabling environment. The right policies, robust institutions, and transparent regulatory frameworks are essential. We believe improved governance, facilitated by organizations like GGA and the catalytic role of private enterprise, hold the key to unlocking Africa's turnaround and its vast potential. As GGA expands its footprint from 4 to 9 main regional centers in the near future, and with ambitions to reach every African nation within a decade, its influence and impact are poised to grow exponentially. Investing in GGA is pivotal to realizing Africa's success in promoting women and youth entrepreneurship, expanding bilateral trade opportunities, and ensuring that contractual agreements are upheld. We have the knowledge and expertise to enhance governance across Africa, thereby aiding both the private sector and governments to harness Africa's potential. With your funding, GGA can scale up its interventions' efficiency and effectiveness. Together, we will make it happen.
solutions are far outstripping what wealth. The simple truth that it's time to think despite all the good work that is done by many people on anti-corruption, despite the massive controls which cost the world billions all the time and slow down the end of things, very little actually happens that is effective. And so DGA have been saying, what is the solution? We know the problems. We know everything. But nobody comes up with a solution. But now I'm more than delighted to tell you that there is a solution. And you can imagine the joy that that has given me. Shortly, you will be hearing our second speaker, who is Judge Richard Goldstone. Richard is a former chief prosecutor of the International Criminal Tribunal for Yugoslavia, Rwanda, a former justice of the South African Constitutional Court, and much else. He is a youngster. He's 2 years younger than me. And together with Judge Mark Wolf of Boston, Massachusetts, who is a real youngster because he's only 78. Mark Wolf has for 15 years been working at what is the solution. And Deji and myself went to see Mark Wolf in Boston in May this year. Well, Mark got together with Richard, and together with at least 300 people across the world, they have been working and communicating with governments and many people to find the solution. And the solution is an international anti-corruption court. Five weeks ago, Richard and Mark and a number of the 300 met in Hamburg. And by the end of next month, a final treaty will be completed. They've been working on this for a long time and working with many, many people, private individuals working pro bono. It's quite an example to the world to actually have been so negligent to not start to address these things properly. One of our senior PGA directors was also present in Hamburg, Ruth Tollefson, and she will be talking to you later today. But as you can imagine, having completed a treaty is just the beginning. We now need to get that signed, and we now need to get that ratified. So there needs to be a great deal of planning in every country in the world, because this is vital for the world. It's going to make a dramatic change to the world, which has been held back for decades. 5% of the world's GDP is grand corruption on every continent. Africa is actually the second worst continent. It's not the first, but because it's so poor, the dramatic effect on Africa is immense. That's why we have 4% world GDP. Richard will be talking to us shortly, so I'm not going to spend more time on that. And Ruth will tell you about some of the plans. But GGA has entered into a partnership with other continents and the founders of this initiative, and we will be responsible to get as many countries, hopefully every country in Africa, to sign and ratify this agreement. The court will be established in 2026. We only need 40 countries to ratify the treaty, and we know we've got 40 countries across the world. So the court will start, and Richard and Ruth will tell you more about that. Africa has everything. We know that. We have to put it together. So, have we got the leaders? Well, we're going to have to work hard at it. And I think that's one of the roles that GGA will have in the years ahead, to find help and encourage new leadership. Can we find Lee Kuan Yews of Singapore fame? We can, and we're going to. And we have one here today. I've already found one, and he will be talking to you later today. But he will be responsible for building GGA from our 50 special people to 1,000 special people. And so we can find leaders, special people. How many entrepreneurs do we have on this continent? We actually have millions, not hundreds of thousands, we have millions. And we've heard of one who was educated in Johannesburg and left when he was 16. And he's supposedly the wealthiest and most successful entrepreneur in the world. And I don't need to mention his name, but maybe he will be interested in Africa in due course when we get our act together. So here we are today, celebrating our learning so far. And as you've heard, we intend to grow in the next 10 years to a substantial organization. That's 50 people. We've achieved a lot, but it's nothing to what we've got to do. We have to have a major organization working with many other organizations, and particularly in other parts of Africa where civil society actually doesn't even exist. So there's a great deal of work to do, and how it will all evolve will vary in every country and every different part of the world. And we understand that. And therefore, we understand how to manage 9 centers and to make them effective and to staff them with people from their areas so that they understand the cultures and where they are, and have the long-term commitment. We're not an organization which is going to be there for a few years. We're going to be there for decades. And we will see the tremendous difference that we will make. And so we need the vision of many businesses on this continent, commerce, industry, whatever it is, banking, to support and help grow PGA. Unquestionably, we will get most of our funding from America, because that's where the money is. And they're the people who actually want to invest in Africa. So we're very confident, and we've done a lot of work already. So we have no concerns that we will raise the money which we need. But we need to show America and Europe that actually business in Africa will also come to the party. And so I will leave that thought with you. I'm sure that over the next 10 years, we will absolutely have no problem with our money requirements. Our budget is only $50 million a year. In relation to the money we will be saving, the billions of dollars that we will be saving existing donors to this continent. The aid that is given to foreign aid that is given to this continent, 40% goes on consultancies. How much is wasted? 50%? So the $50 million we will need a year is absolutely nothing. And so I look forward to, or many of us here, I hope, look forward to our next 10th anniversary, when we will start to see the fruits of our endeavors. We will start to see many thriving communities beginning to grow, and we will see a few Singapores starting to grow. And in due course, Africa will be contributing to the world's prosperity. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Robert. Appreciate those words. Not just looking at problems, but also looking at solutions, using words like learning. That shows that we, as GJ, are humble enough to understand that we do not have all the answers. And we have all the partnerships that are here to help us learn. We appreciate telling us about the change that is needed and the introduction of the International Anti-Corruption Court and the work that is being done. I think we're going to get more information about that. Now, before we move to the next speaker, our keynote speaker, I just want to acknowledge the fact that we have our staff members here. The conference would have never happened. I know they will be thanked at the end, but so that everybody knows who they are, I'll ask all our colleagues who are here present, can you just stand, or can you please stand so that people can know that we're all here? Yeah, yes, here's all our staff members. Let's give them a round of applause, please. Thank you. Thank you so much, colleagues. Some are working outside trying to make us comfortable, and this conference would have never happened without our staff. Later on, we're going to acknowledge those staff members who are joining us online from other countries. Remember that, for example, Ghana is 2 hours behind South Africa. So we need to let them wake up, go to work, and then we acknowledge them when they join us online. And so with that having been said, now it is my privilege and honor to call on stage Ambassador Salah S. Hamad, who is going to be our keynote address speaker all the way from Ethiopia. Let's give him a round of applause, please. As he comes up, let me introduce him. Ambassador Hamad is the head of the African Governance, Peace and Security Architecture Secretariat, and is the senior human rights expert within the Department of Political Affairs, Peace and Security of the African Union Commission. And originally he is from Sudan. Ambassador Hamad studied political science and human rights law in the United States of America. He was voted in as an ambassador for human rights by the Arab Council for Human Rights in 2013 and appointed as ambassador within Sudan's Ministry of Foreign Affairs in 2016. For the past 25 years, Ambassador Hamad has dedicated his life to the world development, good governance, democracy, and human rights. As an international expert, he has worked on issues of governance, peace and security, human rights. I spoke to him some time ago. He was telling me about the work that they had done in Nigeria. And so he's been all over dealing with issues of humanitarian affairs, refugees, resettlement. And it is my honor to present to you Ambassador Hamad. Again, a round of applause to give us a keynote address. Ambassador, thank you so much for coming. Pleasure to have you here. All right.
Well, first of all, my brother Patrick, I don't know if your wife has told you that you have a very wonderful voice as a singer. And after retirement, if you need a manager to manage your business as a singer, please let me know. This is one. Secondly, I'm glad you got my last name right because I used to go by the last name Mohammed. And then Mohammed Salah got me mixed with the footballer Mohammed Salah. So every time I go in Africa visiting a country, the hotel staff will be expecting the real Mohammed Salah. And then when they see this big man coming in instead of the sharp and good-looking, handsome Mohammed Salah, they will wonder. So that is why now I go with Hamad as the last name instead of Mohammed. But it's still in many cases, people will not really pronounce Hamad as Hamad and they will pronounce it Mohammed. But anyhow, thank you so very much really for the invitation. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, all protocol duly observed. I bring you greetings from the African Union Commission in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, in particular from members of the African Governance Architecture and the African Peace and Security Architecture Platform. And I'm pleased to be part of this 10th anniversary celebration of this great institution, Good Governance Africa. I'm delighted and honored to be invited to deliver this keynote address before you this morning. But before I proceed, I would like to thank Mr. Robert Rose, the GGA founder and global chairman, Mr. Patrick Kulati, the CEO of GGA Africa and his team, and all those who have been part of this program and this celebration this morning. Indeed, it is timely that we are celebrating this 10th anniversary as we are proceeding with the implementation of the second 10 action plan of Agenda 2063 to build the Africa we want and the Africa we deserve. I think it's also quite important to recognize the presence of Honorable Justice Richard Goldstone, the Vice Chairman of Integrity Initiatives International, as well as all the experts and all the distinguished participants that we have around the table today. I also would like to recognize the presence of my dear assistant friend and colleague from APRM, the African Peer Review Mechanisms, Sarah Hamoda, and all the other distinguished participants. At the outset, let's try to really speak about why we need to address issues related to good governance in Africa. Africa, that we all know today, is about 60 years old, but in reality, Africa is the birthplace for mankind and human beings. But we are speaking about Africa that is 60 years old simply because that is after independence. South Africa emerged as a young continent that at some point was classified as hopeless. But indeed, a few years later, those who classified Africa as a hopeless continent, as a dark continent, came to look at it as the future of the world, as a rising continent. And that is why our heads of state and government, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, decided to adopt Agenda 2063 as the blueprint for building the Africa we want and the Africa we deserve. But the question is, are we really on the right path to implement Agenda 2063? Are we on the right path to build the Africa we want and the Africa we deserve? Throughout the colonial period and even post-colonial period, Africa indeed was governing itself in a way or another. We have learned when we were growing up about traditional forms of governments, traditional forms of justice, traditional forms of financial systems that were managing our societies, our communities across the continent. The colonial power took over. Africa went through a period of slavery, colonialism, and then at some point emerged and dived in civil wars that resulted in poverty, corruption, and exclusions of marginalized groups. Then, after independence and after the creation of the Organization of the African Unity, known as OAU, in 1963, our leaders were quite busy with the liberation of the continent from the colonial power. But in 2000, as we all know, on the 9th of September, 1999, that is 9/9/1999, our heads of state and government came to agree in CERT, Libya, on the need to transform the Organization of African Unity to what is known now as the African Union, AU. And the reason for the transformation was that Africa has passed the stage of liberation, and now the era of building a new Africa, a stronger Africa, has begun. And that is why the entire mandate of the African Union is built on integration, development, and of course, the promotion of good governance, democracy, rule of law. And because of that, our heads of state and government, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, adopted a number of instruments. The African Charter on Human and People's Rights, the African Charter on the welfare of the child, and many, many other treaties, including treaties that are focusing on good governance, such as the African Charter on Democracy, Elections, and Governance, and also treaties that are fighting corruptions, as the African Convention on Combating and Fighting Corruption. But with all of these treaties and instruments, we are still lacking behind when it comes to the indexes that are rating other continents compared to Africa. And that is why, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the African Union has decided to work very closely with the regional economic communities, known as REX, and the wider African civil society, academia, media, as well as our African member states, to try to promote and to deepen the roots of good governance at the national level. This came through the introduction of the instruments that I have mentioned earlier, but also through the introduction of a number of mechanisms at the continental level to observe and ensure the implementation of these treaties at the national level. And the reason for all this process is to promote good governance in Africa. So the question is, why do we really need to promote good governance? The answer is very simple. We are not really duplicating or trying to duplicate success stories or successful stories from other regions of the world. But we are trying to create our own African-owned successful story. So when we are talking about democracies, when we are talking about good governance, we are not really talking about issues that we are exporting, we are importing from elsewhere, but in fact, things that we are exporting from within ourselves to become our contribution to the global jurisprudence. We Africans, we do believe in democracy and good governance. And that is why even before being colonized by colonial power, we used to adhere ourselves to social systems that were created at every layer of our societies and communities. We used to respect our chiefs, we used to respect our leaders, and we used to follow the democratic governance processes that were in place at that time. So therefore, believing in democracy and good governance is no stranger element to our African shared values. But unfortunately, after independence, we have been hit hard by strange elements that really corrupted our good governance beliefs. And that led, of course, to not corruption in the financial sector, but also corruption in the governance sector, where each and every individual who claimed the ladder of governance implement his or her own views of governance, democracy, and rule of law that divided our societies and communities, but also divided our nations, despite the attempts by our founding mothers and fathers to unite and integrate the continent. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I wish to also draw your kind attention to the fact that Africa has been struggling with governance deficits that has an impact not only on the political stability, but also led to the emergence of a number of conflicts in many parts of our continent. These conflicts are now affecting our economies, societies, culture, and also our socio-economic situations. And that is why our African head of state and government, when they transformed the Organization of the African Unity to the AU in 2000 and officially in 2002 in Durban, South Africa, they came with an idea to also at the same time establish what is known as the African Peace and Security Architecture, APSA. And the purpose of the APSA was to manage conflicts that were erupting at that time in many parts of the continent. The APSA led to the establishment of what is known today as the Peace and Security Council of the African Union, a mechanism with binding decisions on peace and security issues on the continent. But a few years later, in particular in 2011, is not to wait for conflicts to erupt, but to prevent, a preventive tool to prevent conflicts from happening and to promote good governance, democracy, rule of law as a tool of prevention of conflicts in Africa. The AGA operates in a way that it brings member states along with the regional economic communities, African Union and African Union organs, and the civil society, academia, think tanks, and media to collectively speak with one voice on governance issues in Africa. One of the major activities currently in place that is implemented by the AGA-APSA Secretariat, what is known as the African Citizen Engagement Strategy. The strategy is meant for it to bring the African Union closer to the African people. And then for the African citizens to empower themselves with the knowledge and information they need about the instruments that are promoting good governance, democracy, and rule of law on the continent, so then they can equip themselves with the knowledge and information that is needed for them to be active citizens at all levels, national, continental, as well as regional level. In addition to that, the African Union, through the AGA, is currently very busy trying to engage the African youth in the governance affairs, also at all levels. And that is because Africa is a young continent, as we all know. And that is because almost 65% of the population of Africa are below the age of 35. So as the majority of the African citizens, we felt it is important for the African Union to invent a number of training programs, orientations, manuals, and to mobilize the necessary funds at all levels to engage youth and to train them and to prepare them for building this continent. But also during the training program, we keep reminding our youth that they are not the leaders of tomorrow. They are in fact the leaders of today and the leaders of tomorrow. And we do so then we can try to change the mindset of the African youth to be part of this movement of implementing Agenda 2063, the movement of change that will lead to building the Africa we want and the Africa we deserve. With all of these, challenges still exist. And some of these challenges that have been recently noticed in the Sahel region by the resurgence of a number of unconstitutional changes of government. Although the African Union Commission condemned any form of unconstitutional change of governments, but regrettably we have seen in particular the African youth celebrating some of these unconstitutional changes of government. And this is a question for our members of the academia that are present with us here and the experts in the field to advise on why some of these unconstitutional changes of government were celebrated. The obvious answer, of course, is that the youth are eager to see change. And they believe when they see a leader coming to take over the power with promises change, then that leader is supported. But unfortunately, the leader will then not keep the promises made. And the changes were promised will not become a reality. And then the country will dive into a long term of transition that will not really take the country anywhere. And this is really what has been experienced in a number of African member states that witnessed coup d'etats before. And in this case, let me mention the country that I was born in, and that is Sudan. Sudan have witnessed more than 26 attempts of coup d'etats since its independence in 1956. 26. Almost 9 of them were successful. And where is Sudan today? 65 years after independence. A war. So that means coup d'etats, unconstitutional changes of government can never be the answer. So then what could be done to try to promote good governance, democracy, and rule of law, and how to fight corruption in Africa? The African Union Commission is currently very busy popularizing the African Charter on Democracy, Elections, and Governance, known as ACDEC. And this is a great opportunity for me to call on all of you around the table today to do what you can do to promote this treaty at your level and within your networks. The treaty supports other treaties and African shared values that are promoting good governance, democracy, and rule of law in Africa. It is in fact the African jurisprudence or the African contribution to the global jurisprudence when it comes to the promotion of good governance, democracy, and rule of law. Currently, from 55 member states, we have 39 ratifications. But from the 39 ratifications, only 2 member states have submitted the reports to prove implementation at the national level. And sadly, the first country to ratify this important treaty was the first country to experience a coup d'etat 3 months after ratification. That is Mauritania. Mauritania was the first country to ratify. 3 months after ratification, and we were celebrating, in fact, in the African Union, Mauritania unfortunately fell into unconstitutional changes of government. So therefore, it is quite important for us as Africans to take the lead. Yes, there are so many challenges, but many other continents went through these similar challenges and they were able to overcome the challenges. So why it is so difficult for us that we can't really manage our diversities, manage our resources, manage our affairs, and promote good governance, democracy, and rule of law? And again, as Africans, we can't really say that our history was not or never reflected the forms of democracies that existed before the colonial time. So again, when we speak about democracy, rule of law, and human rights, constitutionalism, we are not really talking about things that we don't know. In fact, we are talking about elements and pillars that we as Africans contributed to building them and to establishing them. One of the greatest challenges, I believe, that we are currently facing is the reality that our history was not written by us as Africans. And Professor could correct me if I'm wrong. So maybe the time has come for us as Africans to rewrite our history and to be proud of ourselves, of our African heritage. And when we are speaking about Africa, we are speaking about different languages, different cultures, different religion, different colors. And that's what makes Africa very unique, a very unique continent, this diversity we have. So in order for us to build this continent and to advance democracies and rule of law in Africa, we need to, first of all, believe in our African heritage and African history. But also, I do believe that we need to advance our efforts to build transformative leadership within our youth. So then when they claim the ladder and they climb the ladder later in the future, they are well prepared to lead the continent. We need to empower our women. Without empowering our women, Africa will not advance and Africa will not progress. And I hope, Mr. Rose, when we come for the celebration of the 20th anniversary, we'll see more women around the table celebrating that anniversary. The promotion of constitutionalism is quite important. We have very good constitutions in Africa, but many Africans don't even know what we have in our own constitutions at the national level. So there is really need to promote constitutionalism based on the constitutions that we have. We need to also think of ways and means to promote the nexus between peace and security, good governance, and development. Because it is difficult really to preach within a community or a society where they don't have access to water. You cannot really speak about democracy and human rights to people that they're hungry. So development is quite important in this process. Last but not least, we speak about the regional economic community, civil society, and academia. But I think we really need to find a way to enhance that relationship between the regional economic communities, the African Union, and the wider civil society and academia. And this is an invitation to GGA to support the work of the African Union in good governance, democracy, and rule of law. I'm sure that there's a lot that we can work together on to really promote at the national level. Excuse me. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, before I conclude, I wish to reiterate the commitment of the leaders of the African Union to advance the implementation of Agenda 2063. But certainly that could not be done without the involvement of all African citizens. And that is why when the invitation was received, the invitation of EGA to attend this celebration, it was well received, in fact, and it was seen as an opportunity to come and appeal to all of you around the table today to support the work of the African Union. Many people think that the African Union is not doing its job, and I will not blame you, because almost 95% of the funding of the African Union, our continental organization, comes from partners. So the question is, what could be done? Mr. Robert mentioned that there's millions of entrepreneurs and businessmen and women in Africa. How can they be attracted to support the work of the African Union as Africans? So today, I hope at the end of this program, as much as you are building for your next 10 years, I hope you will also advise the African Union on how to progress, on how to become a stronger organization. Because once you are an African, you are the African Union. And this Africa belongs to all of us, Africans. And Africa can fit all of us. It's a beautiful continent, as we all know. But the question is, how can we collectively believe that we can build this continent together? how can we collectively believe that there is no one can come from Mars or Venus to build this continent for us, but it is upon us and for us to build this continent so we can make it a better place. I thank you very much.
I didn't hear that round of applause. Don't leave yet, Mr. Ambassador. He left. Okay. All right. We'll make a plan. Thank you so much for such a powerful speech, very coherent, very practical, very educational and informative. But also, if you listen carefully right towards the end, there were specific calls to action that we as listeners can do with the African Union. Indeed, many of us do not really understand the African Union and such African institutions that we have. So this presentation here this morning helped us to really fully appreciate the kind of work. I liked the history, the historical narration that you did, sir. Thank you so much for taking the time. And I'm sure there may be some questions that people have both here and online. Those that are online, please submit your questions so that we can make sure that they are being addressed, both for the speakers that have already spoken, but also for the panel that will be coming a bit later. As the ambassador was talking and giving the challenges, I was just thinking perhaps at this point it would be good for me to just give you a synopsis of some of GGA's programmatic focus areas. Was as he was speaking, I could sense that there were a number of touch points between our programs, and that the first program that I'd like to mention is called Peace and Security. We're working on a peace and security in the continent, but specifically in Mozambique, in that flashpoint there in Mozambique. I've got my colleague there who is running this program, peace and security. We've also got governance, insights, and analytics. It's another program that is that leverages data to enhance governance at local, provincial, and national level. We are now talking to cities in other parts of the continent to expand it to other cities in the continent, cities like Lusaka, Luanda, and many other cities in the continent to expand it. We're working towards that. I also have the colleagues there from that department here. We also have a program which is called Economic Growth and the Rule of Law program that we're starting. Natural Resource Governance and Climate Change program. We also have colleagues from that program here. We have a new program called Technology Innovation and Disinformation program. As we all know that this continent is within a tug of war between various big players trying to pull us that direction. And I'd like to mention this one particularly because in your speech, Ambassador, you've emphasized the role of youth. We've got a program which we call Young Advocates for Good Governance. We want to mobilize a minimum of 1 million young people over the next 5 years, train them, capacitate them, and make sure that they are mobilized in various areas of society. And I think we can work very, very well in that program and the other programs as well with the unions, African Union, as well as the other partners here. You reminded me of that as you were talking, and I thought I should just mention as a segue towards our next speaker. Our next speaker is joining us online. Unfortunately, he's joining us online because he's been traveling, and we could manage to get him online. But I think it does not diminish the quality of the man who's going to be speaking, as well as the content, the quality of the content of his speech. And I think earlier on, Mr. Rose mentioned Justice Richard Goldstone. Now he's going to be speaking to us online. Justice Goldstone is a retired Justice of the Constitutional Court of South Africa, to which he was appointed by former President Nelson Mandela in 1994. He is a former chief prosecutor of the United Nations International Criminal Tribunals for the former Yugoslavia and Rwanda. Very important role there. He is a vice chair of another partner of ours, Integrity Initiatives International, III, who are partnering on this anti-corruption court that Robert was talking about. He's also an honorary bencher of the Inner Temple in London. He was elected an international member of the American Academy of Arts and Sciences in 1999. It is my honor and pleasure to invite Judge Richard Goldston to address us this morning. Let's give him a round of applause, please.
Well, thank you very much indeed for the invitation to address this 10th anniversary of GGA. At the outset, I would like to extend warm congratulations to Robert Rose and Deji Hastrup and their associates in this celebration of their 10th anniversary. In 10 short years, GGA has established active and effective offices in Johannesburg, Addis Ababa, Lagos, and Accra. And as we heard from Robert earlier this morning, more offices are to follow in other African countries. My introduction to GGA took place a few months ago after Robert Rose heard me speak virtually about the project of Integrity Initiatives International, III, to establish the International Anti-Corruption Court, as we call it, the IAC Court. It was typical of the amazing energy of Robert that on the day after my talk, he flew down to Cape Town to discuss the project with me. He told me that it completely aligned with his own views and that he wished to assist with furthering its progress. It did not take long, as Robert mentioned, for him to meet in Boston with Judge Mark Wolf, the chair of III, and Ian Lynch, its managing director. Within a few short months, Robert set up a separate division in GGA devoted to assisting the IAC court project, and he appointed Ruth Collifson to direct GGA's supportive role. This partnership is developing rapidly, and we in III value it greatly. GGA was founded on the recognition that most of the huge problems facing our continent are the consequence of the lack of accountability of our leaders. Perhaps the most serious problem lies in the consequence of the huge inequality that causes so much suffering by many millions of people in Africa, and especially women and children. It is the absence of accountability of too many leaders that directly links the mission of GGA to the III project to establish the IAC court. Such a court would be an effective antidote to the corruption that is depriving developing countries of 10 times more money than is received in foreign aid. Just think about that. Africa exports more in laundered funds than it receives in foreign aid. The lion's share of those laundered funds are the consequence of grand corruption or kleptocracy, the theft of public funds for personal use by our country's leaders, heads of states and senior cabinet ministers, and those who conspire with them. It is, of course, a worldwide phenomenon, but regrettably all too common on our own African continent. Only yesterday, the High Court in London dismissed an appeal by Isabel dos Santos against the freezing of up to 580 million British pounds of her worldwide assets. Mr. Santos' father, Eduardo dos Santos, ruled Angola for 38 years until 2017. The frozen assets relate to loans made to a company personally owned by Mr. Santos. She has faced corruption charges for many years. She denies the allegations and alleges that the claims are part of a political vendetta against her. The International Consortium of International Journalists, the ICIJ, and I'll return to them later, It reported as follows in May of this year, I quote, they said, although Interpol has asked governments around the world to find and provisionally arrest Isabel dos Santos, the Angolan former billionaire is not hiding. Instead, she regularly posts about her lavish lifestyle at a Dubai residence on social media. Now confidential land records connect dos Santos and her mother to other properties on the waterfront of the United Arab Emirates financial hub. The eldest daughter of Angola's former president, dos Santos came under scrutiny by authorities on 3 continents after the International Consortium of Investigative Journalists, Luanda Leaks investigation, revealed how lucrative deals obtained under her father's rule helped her become Africa's richest woman. Since 2019, courts in Angola, Portugal, and other countries have issued orders to freeze her assets. Despite that, Dubai has remained a safe haven for dos Santos. Close the quotes. This, of course, is not an isolated example of kleptocracy over recent years on a number of continents, not only our own. I know that you in this room are all aware of the huge amounts that are lost to corruption. However, I would like to spend just a few minutes accentuating the wide ramifications of the loss to so many nations. First, corruption is a human rights issue. As long ago as 2013, the then United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights, Navi Pillay, said, corruption kills. The money stolen through corruption every year is enough to feed the world's hungry 80 times over. Corruption denies them the right to food and, in some cases, their right to life. Since Navi Pillay said that 10 years ago, the amounts lost to corruption have risen sharply. As we are only too well aware, in South Africa, corruption diverts crucial resources away from essential public services such as healthcare and education, and there are others. Second, corruption is contributing to climate change and is a major impediment to ameliorating it. For example, kleptocrats profit greatly from the illicit forestry trade, which is estimated to be worth in excess of $100 billion annually, and likely much more. The primary recipients of government climate-related development aid include countries that are perceived as being among the most corrupt of the world. Unless something significant is done to deter grand corruption, a large percentage of the billions of dollars in aid intended to diminish climate change will be misappropriated by kleptocrats and their collaborators. Third and last, the legions of refugees who are overwhelming countries in the Americas and Europe have been fleeing failed states ruled by kleptocrats. They include Syria, Venezuela, and South Sudan. Any effort to alleviate the world's refugee crises must therefore address a fundamental cause of forced migration, grand corruption. It is thus also a refugee issue. Coming back to the International Consortium of Investigative Journalists, the Pandora Papers, the Panama Papers, and the Paradise Papers were published in recent years by the ICIJ. We know from those sources that corrupt leaders throughout the world secretly use the international banking system to move their substantial ill-gotten gains to foreign countries. Because grand corruption pollutes the international financial system and has other severe international consequences, it is not just a domestic problem for individual countries to address alone. Rather, it is a global problem that requires a global solution. Grand corruption does not exist because of a lack of anti-corruption laws. Most of the 186 United Nations member states who are party to the United Nations Convention Against Corruption, UNCAC, have enacted the required statutes criminalizing bribery, money laundering, and the misappropriation of national resources. The problem is that some states that are party to UNCAC are governed by kleptocrats who enjoy impunity in the countries they rule because they control the police, the prosecutors, and the courts. Some of those authorities, alas, are often also corrupt themselves. Those kleptocrats will, of course, not permit honest, effective investigation of themselves or their criminal collaborators. And we must not forget the criminal co-conspirators around the world, the banks, the law firms, the real estate agencies, and other financial service providers who aid and abet kleptocrats in the transnational crime of money laundering. Domestic laws and national prosecuting authorities are simply not able to bring about those corrupt leaders and those who facilitate their money laundering to justice and to seize the ill-gotten assets. And I don't for a moment suggest that deny the crucial importance of national domestic prosecuting authorities, but it is not enough. There is no international mechanism to bring about the seizing of the ill-gotten gains and the criminalizing of those kleptocrats. The International Criminal Court, the ICC, has no jurisdiction over the crime of corruption, and to amend the Rome Statute to include corruption is really not feasible. It would be politically fraught and more than time-consuming. I might add that the International Criminal Court does not have investigators and prosecutors experienced in corruption and money laundering. It does not have mechanisms that are able to seize and freeze illicit funds. It is in this context that there is an urgent need for the International Anti-Corruption Court. Such a court would have jurisdiction over crimes committed by nationals of an IAC court member state and crimes committed in the territory of an IAC court member state. It would have no need to invent any new crimes of corruption. The new anti-corruption court would rely on those mandatory crimes already recognized by the 186 states that have ratified UNCAC. Those crimes have thus become internationalized. They are the bribery of public officials, embezzlement, and other misappropriation of public funds, money laundering, and the obstruction of justice in relation to those offences. The IAC court would be a court of last resort. This means that it would acquire jurisdiction only in cases in which the appropriate domestic authorities are unable or unwilling to investigate or prosecute the corruption. Member states would also be able to refer cases to the court. Such a court would have a huge advantage that the ICC lacks. The IAC court would have jurisdiction acquired by the existence within member states of laundered assets. Those assets would allow the IAC court to prosecute the leaders who laundered the funds, and importantly, the power to freeze and seize those assets. And there are no kleptocrats who keep the ill-gotten gains at home. We know that. Billions of dollars of stolen assets have been laundered in a number of countries, and they include, as I've mentioned, the United Arab Emirates, the Netherlands, Singapore, Switzerland, the United States, the United Kingdom and its overseas territories, and the Cayman Islands. There are a number of others. As the Financial Times of the 31st of August 2024, Anne Applebaum wrote the following. She said anonymously owned companies and funds based in offshore tax havens hind what could be as much as 10% of the world's GDP. 10% of the world's GDP. This is money earned from organized crime or narcotics operations, stolen from legitimate institutions, or simply hidden legally with the aim of avoiding taxation, alimony, or embarrassment. In this world, theft is rewarded. Taxes are not paid. Law enforcement is impotent and underfunded. Regulation is something to be dodged and not respected. Strong words from Anne Applebaum. But this is the world that needs to be policed by the IAC court. If some of the countries where laundered funds are held would join such a court, and several are considering doing so, then illicit assets could be identified and frozen by the court. Through orders of restitution, those funds could be repatriated at an appropriate time to the countries from which they were stolen. As Robert has mentioned, we are presently drafting a treaty for the establishment of the IAC court. Of course, such a treaty would have to be agreed by governments. However, it is our belief that a draft treaty would be a practical and effective way to encourage governments to become engaged and involved. We hope to have the first draft available by the end of this year. It is our intention to use it for targeted consultations with key governments and leading civil society organizations, both domestic and international. Those consultations will further refine the draft. It is then proposed to use the product as a call to action by the international community. In this program, I am confident that GGA, as our partner, will be able to play a leading role on our continent. Our drafting committee is fortunate to have as members leading experts on relevant international criminal law from around the world, many of them from African countries. Our meetings have been hosted by a German foundation, the New Institute Foundation in Hamburg. We have met there 3 times since the middle of 2023. Our most recent meeting was held there at the end of August, just 3 weeks ago. At this most recent Hamburg meeting, we agreed to incorporate some novel provisions in the draft treaty. One of them is that the court should have 2 divisions. There will be a trial division and an assets division. The trial division would have criminal jurisdiction over kleptocrats and other high officials who have plundered their countries and those who are complicit with them, those who facilitate the plunder and the laundering of the stolen assets. It would also have authority to freeze and seize the laundered stolen assets. The second division, the assets division of the court, would settle disputes concerning those assets, whether at the instance of governments or private citizens. It would hold the assets until they can be returned to the real owners, the people of the countries who have been plundered. Unlike the case with regard to other international criminal courts, the draft treaty will recognize juristic persons, corporations, as amenable to the jurisdiction of the court. This is regarded as crucial, having regard, for example, to the role played by corporations in the laundering of assets. Money launderers for many years and for many countries have made use of shell companies to hide the ill-gotten gains. Other innovations relate to whistleblowers. In the first place, the treaty will prioritize protection for whistleblowers. They are the most important source of information with regard to corruption. They are also the most vulnerable to attacks on their very lives and those of their families. Provision will also be made to remunerate whistleblowers who provide the court with original information not otherwise ascertainable. The jurists, lawyers, scholars and anti-corruption experts working with us on the draft treaty come from many countries, including Trinidad and Tobago, Nigeria, Brazil, Cameroon, Bangladesh, South Africa and Mexico, as well as the United States, Canada, Australia and New Zealand. As Robert mentioned, there are now over 300 leading figures from across the world, including more than 50 former presidents and prime ministers and 32 Nobel laureates, who have signed a declaration calling for the creation of the IAC court. Colombia was the first country to call for such a court back in 2016. More recently, the Netherlands, Canada, Nigeria, Moldova, and Ecuador have committed publicly to working towards the creation of the court. In January of 2023, the European Parliament passed a resolution calling for the IAC court. Additional countries from each region of the world have also expressed interest in the idea. The recently appointed United Kingdom Foreign Minister David Lammy has stated that he supports the court. There were positive responses in the House of Lords at the beginning of last month when Lord Peter Hain asked Undersecretary in the Foreign Office, Baroness Chapman, whether the UK government was in contact with other states regarding the IAC court. She referred to her government's willingness to work with partners in the fight against corruption and said that the UK government would engage in the discussion to establish the IAC court. Apart from Nigeria and Africa, there is strong interest from the governments in Gambia, the Democratic Republic of the Congo, Rwanda, Senegal, Zambia, and Cote d'Ivoire. It is crucial to our endeavor that there should be strong support from non-Western nations, and especially from Africa. If the IAC Court is in fact or perception seen to be a Western institution, it will be bound to fail. We know well the criticisms that came from many African states and the AU against the ICC because of such a perception. This is a lesson we in III are taking very seriously. We have an active Africa subcommittee that is working closely with GGA. III is short-staffed. We simply do not have the human resources and the funding that is required to respond to the interest from so many countries, an interest that has to be stimulated by the concept of the IAC Court. Pusetso Morapedi from Botswana is a young and inspirational recent addition to III. She is the only member of staff of III devoted wholly to Africa. We are appreciative that she is now able to work with the GGA through, and in particular, with Ruth Collifson. We're happy that both Ruth and Pusetso attended the treaty drafting proceedings in Hamburg in August. To conclude, we need far more support, financial and human resources, in order to bring the IAC Court into being. In this endeavor, the work of and support from GGA is essential, and I wish GGA every success as it enters its second decade. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Judge Goldston. Wow, what a beautiful presentation. I don't know about you, but I admire lawyers. When I was young, I always wanted to be a lawyer because when they speak with cadence, clarity, and coherence. Didn't you hear all of those things coming through? The power, persuasiveness of the argument is amazing. And let's give him yet another applause for other lawyers as well that are here. And you could hear even from our ambassador when he was speaking that he had a law training somewhere along his journey. So appreciate so much that information here. Can I just check by a raise of hands, anyone who had never heard of this International Anti-Corruption Court before? Okay, there are some who have never heard of it before, and we've heard the support that is required, and we are proud as GGA to also be playing a role in supporting this great initiative that is part of a number of initiatives to try and get our continent and the whole world to become a better place and to promote and advocate for good governance through anti-corruption. Now, I know that we are running behind schedule, but at least we've managed to claw back some minutes from the previous presentation by Judge Goldston. We now are going to go for a tea break. And afterwards, what's going to happen, we're going to have a panel discussion that is going to be moderated by my colleague, Dr. Ross Harvey. And so after lunch, after the break, the tea break, I'm going to ask all the panelists to come up front and sit here from the start so that you are not cold. Now, at this point, just before we move to breakfast, to tea, yes, it's breakfast. I just want to acknowledge that those have come to be between the last acknowledgement and now. Thank you so much for coming and joining us online. We are going to take a couple of pictures now. For those people who would want, please, would like to invite you. Can I just ask the leadership of GGA from the various centers to come? Some of us are going to be joining them here on stage, but because the stage is small, some are going to be here. I know Gail had a different plan, but I've had a chat with the photographer. We're going to do your plan as well, Gail. Just sorry for my messing you up. Can I just ask the leadership of GGA from various centers, and we've got the EDs come forward. We're going to take and then everybody else who can join us here up here. Then once the stage is full, then the others will just stand right here. No one is forced. Please come forward. Those who want to be in the picture, so that we can have these pictures taken, and the speakers as well. The panelists that are going to be speaking, come forward here. We're going to take a couple of group pictures. Yeah, you can sit down. All right. Some are going to be sitting down, some are going to be standing behind, so that you can. Yeah. It's the presenters as well, please come forward. Some of the presenters that will be in the panel, come forward. The mayors, sorry. Yes, Seku, you're Siku. I don't see you. Where are you? Can I ask the mayors to come forward as well? Come around. All those people that we can fit up here, we're gonna get them here. But those that cannot fit up here, please come. Whoever wants to be in the picture, come forward. Otherwise, if you can't come, if you can't fit up here, we're gonna make sure that you're fitted in front. Come forward. Anyone part of the picture come forward. Staff members, colleagues, come, please. It's not just exclusive for this. Everyone is welcome to come to take this picture. There's still more space. There's still more space. Our photographer is right here, so. Can, photographer, can you? Yeah. Yeah. Gail, you should be here. And all staff members, you should be here. Please. All staff members, you should be here. Please make your way either down or up. Up to you. Yeah. It's a family picture. Yeah. Yeah. Sorry. Oh, okay. Maybe, can the technical team help as well? Yeah. Thank you, colleagues. Thank you, everyone. Yes, Lilith, I see you. Thika, I see you. Who else? Mabel, Amanda, uh, Mark, Juan, Koboni, I saw him. Oh, he's here. Okay. Uh, Mr. Photographer, we're starving for tea, so make it snappy. Yes, come, come, Isabel, come, Amanda. See, yes, come here. Nadia is coming. Come, Nadia. We're done. Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, thank you.
What time are we coming back?
All right, we're coming back. It's 11:02 now. We're coming. Yeah, we're coming back in 20 minutes. 11:20.
Okay.
And then sorry. Can we just ask the GGA execs, the leadership of GGA, to remain here on the stage, please? The EDs and the chairpersons of GGA. Thank you. The rest of us can have tea, and then please be back here, at least from 11:15. We're starting at 11:20. Thank you. Tina? Prof. Baru, Tina, Mashala, please come. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to get going as soon as your team is here, Ross. Okay, Sarah is here. Can we get Dr. Ola Bello to come down? And then we will then. All right, man, how are you doing? Okay, no, sir, let me just get everybody down. Ladies and gentlemen, we're waiting for you. You can bring your tea, you can bring your scones, you can bring whatever you have in your hand. We just want to make sure that we stick to time. We're going to have a very important and a vibrant conversation now, which is led by my colleague, Dr. Ross Harvey. I just want to get everybody down. Yeah. If you are from GGA, grab 5 people and bring them down. If you're from GGA up there, please grab 3, 4, 5 people and come with them. Don't come alone. Yeah. Let me just say that GGA has partnerships in various fields: academia, think tanks, business, government, multilateral institutions, civil society organizations. All of you are represented here. We appreciate community-based organizations. We really appreciate all of you. We just want to get started so that those of us who want to carry on with the networking, at the end of the sessions this afternoon, after we've had awards, there's going to be a networking session. So don't spend all your networking, what you call that, energy and 3 minutes. You save some of them for later. All right. Technical team, we can switch the music off, and I'm now going to take my step down and hand over to my colleague, Ross Harvey.
Right. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's my privilege to host a panel discussion. And at the outset, I must apologize on behalf of Lukhona Mnguni, who I haven't been able to get hold of, and so I'm assuming cannot make it. I am very grateful for a last-minute replacement in the person of Mr. Gareth Morgan, who is the Executive Director at the City of Cape Town for Future Planning and Resilience. Gareth is a former boss of mine, as is Dr. Ola Bello to his right. So if I look a little bit intimidated, then you understand why. But it's my pleasure to invite both of them. Dr. Bello is the Executive Director of GGA Nigeria. Great privilege to have him with us. Ruth Kalevson, you'll have heard been introduced earlier. She is heading our work on laying the groundwork for establishing an international anti-corruption court. So welcome, Ruth. And then we've got sorry, now I'm right. And we have Zukiswa Mkolomba. Von Mlungu, it's difficult to get the Mkolombo. Right, so now I get it. They were a little bit better. Okay, so I've tried. So yeah, Zukiswa is a senior public sector executive with roots deeply embedded in strategy, economics, poverty, and public policy works. And she is currently with the Public Service Commission, and it's our privilege to have you with us today. And last but not least, we have Sarah Hamuda with us, who has 13 years experience in the international cooperation and development field, and she works for the African Union Secretariat for the peer review mechanism, and she's the officer in charge of the Agenda 2063, or Sustainable Development Goals Continental Governance Program, and the South-South Cooperation Portfolio based here in Johannesburg. So with those brief introductions, I'm going to sit down and ask my panelists some tough questions. Yeah. Okay. So, technical team, if we can have Sarah's slides, that'd be great. So we've had two fantastic keynote addresses this morning. One from an African Union perspective, African Union, and some mention of Agenda 2063, and then of course a reflection from Justice Richard Goldstone on the way in which corruption, grand corruption especially, is not simply a continental problem, it's an international problem. And while we're having to strengthen democracy and the rule of law, we actually also have to deal with the international elements of corruption. So just at the outset then, I'd like to ask Sarah to share with us just a little bit about Agenda 2063. What is Agenda 2063 for those who are not familiar, and what does it mean for the future of the continent? And Sarah, I thought this would also be a good opportunity maybe for you to talk us through your recent governance ecosystem report. And I'm also interested in the efficacy of the APMR and your emphasis maybe on electoral reform. There's a lot to get through, but for the sake of time, I'm going to ask all participants to just keep their replies short, and I'll try and keep the conversation relatively interactive and engaging, and we'll have some time for questions afterwards. But Sarah, over to you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ross. Good morning, everybody, and all protocols are observed for the sake of time. I'm delighted to be part of this panel, and I'm here to share some insights, of course, after the legendary Ambassador Saleh Hamad, some insights from the African Union, and particularly the African peer review mechanism on what we do to promote good governance in the continent, within the framework of Agenda 2063 and SDGs. I'm not sure if the slides can be shared, but to start by saying that Agenda 2063 is Africa's blueprint for the continental integration, economically, socially, and culturally, and of course, politically as well. Agenda 2063 was adopted in Addis Ababa in 2013 as a response to various continental challenges and coming up from the challenges the continent went through within the implementation of the Millennium Development Goals, the transformation towards liberal economy, transforming the societies into more democratic societies, and also addressing generational gaps. In the same time or within the same period, the SDGs was also adopted as a global framework for sustainable development. And if the screen is not working, maybe the slides are not shared yet, we will share it later. But it's also a global vision for transformation of the world, and also has been adopted with broad consultations with civil society and member states of the United Nations. We as APRM is a self-monitoring tool dedicated to promote good governance through governance assessment reviews. And the governance assessment reviews are based on peer learning and mutual accountability between African countries at the highest level of heads of states, also our focal points, and through our national structures. One of the challenges addressed to the African Union most of the time that we don't have presence on the ground. We are not like the United Nations, where we have UN agencies based in Banjul or Freetown or Casablanca. So we are based in Addis, most of the organizations, but we have some organizations also based across the continent. Here in South Africa, we have the African Union Parliament, we have the APRM, and the AUDA-NEPAD, the Aid Development Agency. We also got an expanded mandate in 2017 based on or guided by the adoption of Agenda 2063 to play a role in monitoring and evaluation Agenda 2030 and Agenda 2063. And because we wanted to be aligned with our core mandate, we are focusing on SDG 16, which aims to promote peaceful and inclusive societies for sustainable development, provide access to justice for all, and build effective, accountable, and inclusive institutions at all levels. It's a pity if the screen is not yet working, because I just prepared for you a slide on how SDG 16 is extremely important, and reflecting on what Robert and Ambassador Hamad were highlighting in the morning, how to ensure that institutions are held accountable, how political leadership also is held accountable, and mostly important, how citizens are empowered, and how corruption is tracked. One of the targets of SDG 16 is actually, in addition to the rule of law and access to justice, we have reducing illicit financial flows, and we also have substantially reduced corruption and bribery in all forms. What we noticed from our reporting on Agenda 2063, that most African countries don't have necessarily national quantitative perception survey on corruption. And if you ask citizens on the number of bribes they have to pay in the last year or every 6 months, you may find just few cases from the whole continent, in Ghana, in Rwanda, in Kenya, in South Africa, but that's not the case for the rest of 55 countries. In Agenda 2063, on the other side, we have aspiration 3 and 4. These aspirations are targeting good governance promotion, where also corruption is incorporated to be tracked. And this is how we link between SDG 16, aspiration 3 and 4. We as also APRM are focusing on specific targets of SDG 16, so we don't get ourselves very broad, and we rather focus on how this is aligned with the governance reviews. So we have been working quite well with other African partners on the issues of illicit financial flows, especially CODA, the Coalition for Dialogue in Africa. We also work with the United Nations on the issue of effective and accountable institutions. We also work with UNESCO on the issue of access to information. SDG 16 here is a very important goal, but also enabler for other goals. So for instance, there's a research has been conducted to found that if SDG 16 is implemented adequately, especially access to information and digital ID production. It contributes to eliminating gender violence in some African countries. We also work heavily on the issue of constitutionalism, rule of law, elections, and I'm glad to say that last year we worked with the AGA Secretariat, of course, on annual basis on the production of the Africa Governance Report. It's a flagship report produced every 2 years to generate Africa, I would say African knowledge on governance trends in the continent with a special theme. And last year, the theme was unconstitutional change of government in Africa with 6 targeted reviews for 6 African countries. And this is where also corruption was highlighted as an issue to strengthen trust between citizen and government. Let me end by saying that now we have just achieved 10 years of Agenda 2063, and we are moving to the second 10-year implementation plan, where we look forward to work with GGA on the implementation of Moonshot 3, which is just an adequate or adverse title for Aspiration 3. So still working on promoting democratic values and also strengthening public institutions with an emphasis on the role of youth and CSOs in this process. We also work through our reviews in empowering political transformation and the electoral reforms in our member states. And we are glad to report that after the second generation review of South Africa, which was conducted in 2021, 2022, I think it was launched by President Ramaphosa last year. We noticed that in the latest elections of South Africa, there has been acceptance of the APRM recommendations towards electoral reforms. So let me stop here, and I thank you once again for the invitation and look forward to a very successful panel. Thank you.
inability to enforce our policy frameworks and criminal legislative frameworks has actually contributed to why corruption is not effectively being addressed in the country. Even compromised ethics, morality, and morale within the public service has contributed towards this issue of corruption in the country. So I think our society, seemingly, when it comes to our values, our morality and morale, over the years has degenerated as a country. And the public servants, obviously the public servants are a micro representation and reflection of the macro. So the issue of not reporting misconduct or even facilitating and being part of misconduct in the public service is part of the grander narrative of the devalued value system within our society, which needs to be addressed. Lack of morals and moral authorities and ethical values within our society. I've already mentioned the issue of fear of repercussions. People are afraid to lose their jobs when they do report instances of corruption in the public service. Most importantly, they're also afraid to lose their lives. People are losing their lives because of their courage to whistleblow and report negative conduct in the public service. Political interference also, the intersection between the politics and the administrative also exacerbates corruption in the country, which is why we actually do promote professionalization of the public service, which also insinuates and is in an extended manner also kind of builds an argument that there needs to be the administrative interface needs to be insulated from politicians who are corrupt and who are disruptive and actually are promoting corrupt activities in the public service. Then we also know things about socioeconomic factors that exacerbate and actually encourage people to engage in corrupt activities. People are not earning enough, so they claim, and that's why they engage in corrupt activities. This has been the argument for years by policemen and traffic officers that because they are low salaried and they're not earning enough, that's why they engage in corrupt activities and why they engage in misconduct. So the reason why the Public Service Commission has actually has promoted the professionalization of the public service is because we truly believe that professionalizing the public service, meaning building a capable, ethical, developmental, and people-centric public service, will also promote efficiency and effectiveness of the public service. We also promote accountability and transparency. By professionalizing the public service, you actually are encouraging public servants with a higher moral fabric and higher moral integrity and moral ethics, therefore promoting accountability and transparency of the public service. You're also promoting stability and continuity because by having professional servants who are technically competent to deliver public services for the public good, especially for marginalized communities, we are building stability within the society, not just within the public service, and also encouraging continuity. Capacity building is an important component of professionalization, obviously, because people do need to be trained, to be capacitated to deliver on their mandates and their roles within the public service. And most importantly, the beauty about professionalization of the public service is that it will strengthen our democracy by building confidence and trust of our public in the institutions of our democracy. It will encourage investments, both domestic and international investments, because investors like stable societies and nation states and countries and economies which don't promote corrupt activities as a means of engaging in business in that society. And also policy implementation. Part of policy implementation and programmatic interventions necessitates a capable, ethical, and developmental public servant. And that is why, as the Public Service Commission, we say professionalization of the public service is actually an instrumental tool that the government can use to make sure that we insulate from the challenges that we've just discussed in today's morning session, and we'll be discussing amongst ourselves as panel members. And if we professionalize the public service, then we'll be making steps and making strides in the right direction. Thank you.
Great, Zuki. Thank you very much. Zuki, you mentioned something very important there that we probably don't hear spoken about often enough in our context and perhaps across the continent, and that is the importance of a politico-administrative divide, to use the technical term. And so that provides a useful means of coming to Gareth. And Gareth is, as I said, the Executive Director of Future Planning and Resilience at the City of Cape Town. Sorry, son, guys. I know that I'm reverberating here, which is probably difficult for the people online. So, but Gareth, I wanted to come to you on that note and just say one of the things we've noted is that the City of Cape Town seems particularly good at maintaining a politico-administrative divide and a professional working relationship between the political system and the executive management team. So maybe you could just talk to us through that, and later, of course, we'll get into awards. But we do want to recognize the City of Cape Town as being exemplary among metros in South Africa for having attained this, and so there are plenty of lessons to learn. And Gareth, I wonder if you could then also speak to the possibilities engendered by a government of national unity, otherwise known as a grand coalition. If Lukona was here, he'd be telling me that there's no such thing as a GNU, but for the sake of nomenclature, let's speak about it as such. Gareth, over to you.
Thank you very much, Ross. Good morning to my fellow panelists. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great pleasure to be here. So, my boss, the city manager of Cape Town, Lungelo Mbandazayo, frequently tells us as members of the executive team a story of two railway tracks. If you can picture two railway tracks, they are equidistant from each other. One railway track is the political leadership of an institution, and the other railway track is the administration. And we want those to be equidistant from each other. We don't want them to move too far away from each other, because then the train will derail. Nor do we want them to come too close to each other, for the train will derail as well. So there is something to be said about the administration and the political leadership of a institution knowing their role. You can just test it. Knowing their roles. And I think, and you mentioned it, Ross, I think that this is something that we in the City of Cape Town do very well. It hasn't always been like that. And in some respects, institutions and that relationship between these two parts of the institution does have something to do with who heads up the political face, that being the mayor, and who heads up the administrative space. So personalities do matter in this regard. I think we're in a really wonderful part of the lifetime of the City of Cape Town at this point in time, because a number of things are coming together at the same time. Our executive mayor, Jordan Hill-Lewis, is ambitious as a mayor, and he and his mayoral committee and one of our mayoral committee members, Zahid Badruddin, the mayoral committee for water and sanitation, is here today representing the mayor. He and the mayor and the mayoral committee set the strategy and the policy of the policies of the organization, and they have oversight over us, and they grant budgets. Those are massive roles. But the strategy and policy components of a local government like ourselves, notwithstanding the empowering legislation that is provided from Parliament for it, is important, is a very, very important role. Ultimately, they democratically represent a substantial number of residents of the city of Cape Town. And it is for us as the administration to take that direction and to implement it. Now, it's important for us, and we do it all the time, Zahid will agree with me, to also push back at certain points in time. That is vital. But you have to know when that conflict happens, how to resolve it. And in most cases, we are able to do that very, very well. I said we're in a particular good patch, and it's also because we are coming out of an extensive period of the highest commitment to good governance. Good governance is something that our city manager is heavily invested in. And the last 4 or 5 years have been heavy on governance. There's no doubt about it. So much so that there is, an ongoing debate, and it's not unique to our government, that actually the governance and compliance environment can be quite stifling, in fact, of innovation. Although we're trying very hard to get that balance right, I think it's fair to say you have to get the governance right before you can really get the creativity and innovation right. But the ecosystem of governance in our organization is exceptionally strong. Consequence management is taken very, very seriously. One of my fellow executive directors, there are 12 of us in the city of Cape Town, was dismissed for misconduct by council only 4 weeks ago. And that was embraced by the rest of us as an executive management team. And that actually turnaround was in 6 months or less. It's important. There was a consequence for the conduct of that particular individual. We also have taken exceptionally strong lines, and we need, obviously, our political leaders to also join in this, and they do, and they lead from the front in this, in making sure that our procurement system is protected from outside influence, particularly extortionists. And so, we can't deny it. There's a particularly high-profile case in the media at the moment that relates to the city of Cape Town. But what's important is that it has been caught, it has been dealt with, it is in the criminal justice system, and we have learned from it, which means that we're closing down the hatches on those gaps which we would not have seen before. So that government ecosystem is good. I agree with the comment about professionalization. It is vitally, vitally important to be able to do that. Hiring capable people and developing their skills is exceptionally important. And it also builds a sense of pride in an institution. Moving on to the GNU, and I'd love to talk more about governance if there are follow-up questions. So I think it would be fair to say, and I'll obviously answer this from where I sit in local government. That's the only real way I can answer it. The voters spoke, and they delivered a particular outcome. And a range of political parties found each other at a national, and I guess key to say at a national level, because it's not evident they found each other at other levels. And I think that is a very, very important development. And I'm not going to comment on politics because as a good civil servant, I don't tend to do that. But what I am interested about is how one manages conflict in that particular area. And I have noticed from commentators' point of view in the last few weeks that it's not just the government that has to learn how to do that. It's actually civil society and the analysts and the commentators. Because why would we expect that GNU to be able to function at a high-performing rate within only 2 months of being set up? There is a sense that parties in the GNU have to find some degree of compromise on some issues. And my sense is that they haven't actually thought that through in reality of what that means. And we've seen recent conflict around a particular piece of legislation, Basic Education Law Amendment Bill. I think all of us should look at this curious as an interesting moment instead of immediately taking sides and going, this is the what should happen or that what should happen. It is a moment of potential compromise. If that government is to stay together, which many South Africans would want, probably 60% of South Africans, if you put all those parties together, then finding each other and giving up on some parts of one's own political platform is going to be essential. And I think that will take a bit of time to do. And I hope those leaders put in the effort to do it. It is important because at a local government level, coalitions are pretty much all over South Africa, and one would expect that in 2026 coalitions are going to be in even more parts of South Africa. And the results of coalitions are without doubt mixed. And in this particular province, and I'm sure many of you live in this particular province, the results have been dire. And so there does need to be a considerable more thought from our political leaders in how to keep coalitions together and manage them. And then for us as civil servants as well, to be able to operate in those particular conditions. And I must say, it would work a hell of a lot better from a civil service point of view, and you mentioned it, Ross, at the very start, if our civil service across the board was genuinely an impartial civil service. Because, of course, parts of our civil service are not necessarily the case. Thank you very much.
Yeah, that's super. Massive thanks to Gareth, especially for stepping in last minute. You mentioned a lot that's dear to our heart at GGA. I mean, we really want to see improved government effectiveness and citizens' ability to hold their governments to account improve simultaneously, kind of like those railway tracks, although we want ours to integrate in a healthy way. Gareth, you mentioned as well that we should see the GNU moment, if you like, as an opportunity for curiosity rather than one of oscillating between two extremes, you know, despondency on the one hand and then joyous hope on the other, only to be smashed the next day. And, you know, I think South Africans can be quite, I use the term advisedly, kind of schizophrenic in respect of what we see, because we're subjected to so much stuff that we know is wrong. And it's easy to lose hope, and it's also easy to have hope built up. But I think it's very helpful perspective to see this as a moment of opportunity and to understand that we're on a journey of maturation, and there does need to be a level of maturity in how we manage this moment. And from a governance perspective, there need to be mechanisms put in place to try and reduce the volatility associated with coalitions. And that's also quite close to our hearts at GGA. Ola, I want to come to you now. Ola has often said to me, Ross, governance is felt at the local level, you know, which coheres much with what Gareth's been talking about. And Ola, I just wanted to ask you a bit about your experience in Nigeria. You've been back in Nigeria for 10 years after having lived in Cape Town, which we've heard about now. What is your experience of trying to advance good governance in Nigeria been like? And then Ola, I wonder if you could also then just locate that conversation about governance being felt at the local level. You know, if you drive over a pothole, you know that governance is not happening. You know, sometimes governance is a bit of an ethereal thing to define, but it is felt. Its absence certainly is felt. And so could you talk to Nigeria? And then also, could you locate that within the context of what's going on internationally? You know, we're living in a troublesome international moment. If you read the news headlines this morning, you'd have seen we're living in geopolitically volatile and tense times. So could you kind of maybe speak to that as a secondary point, and then Ruth will come to you because that kind of segues into this question of how to deal with corruption at an international level, and then I'll bring it back to the local level, and then we'll open up for conversation. Ola, over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Ross. You know, I mean, I would agree that all governance is local, but I think probably the best way to spend the time you've given to me here today is just to outline a vision that I think connect very intricately the question of governance improvement in Africa, which we are celebrating today on GGA's 10th anniversary, to Africa's future and where I think we need to go. Very few would argue against the notion that we need to, you know, think about, you know, Africa's own governance agenda in a way that responds to a lot of our local challenges, but also make sure that Africa is not left behind amidst all of this geopolitical reconfiguration that we are seeing and that you've just alluded to. Yeah, looking at it from Lagos where I sit, but I also have the benefit of having sentence a little bit here in South Africa, where I worked for 3 years, as you said, also in Europe at some point in my career. I do think that the most important thing for Africa at this time would be to begin to highlight the potential role of our private sector in connection to governance improvement, but also helping to position Africa better in this emerging, global picture. And I think on the role of the private sector, I think it's also fitting that as Good Governance Africa, we've always built ourselves as a private sector focused think tank. So I see a lot of possibilities there. And I would outline about 2-3 points just to buttress my view in this respect. The broader context is that we made a lot of progress on the question of who contributes to governance, improvement, and what role the private sector is supposed to play in that. But I have no doubt in my mind that we're seeing an unhealthy rollback in a lot of respect. The one I'm most closely involved with is on the question of setting standards, whether one thinks about, governance of Africa's natural resources in a way that protects the interest of the local people in the way that you frame it, or you're even talking about rolling back corruption in a way that then allow critical resources to be channeled towards development. And what I would like to see is a more activist role on the app. You should have the big mic, Rosa.
Sorry to interrupt you.
So what I would like to see is a much more activist, bolder, play on the part of the African private sector, because I think without it, we're going to essentially be stuck in this new emerging context as a governance laggard, but also as a continent that does not have much influence when it comes to shaping global outcomes. So in that respect, I would argue that the private sector has always said, we're primarily responsible for the business we manage and the number of contending interests we have to manage. You can take stance on some political issues, but we also have to be mindful of the way that this plays out with all of the different constituencies we answer to. I think that's necessarily a backward-looking, position. I think a lot more can be done. My feeling is that we talked a lot about ESG up until this point. You've seen businesses being active on the question of helping to preserve the environment in Africa, being good corporate social citizens. The G, I think, it's been the one that's always been more controversial. To what extent can corporate actors try to influence governance outcome? I would say it's principally their role now. And I would argue that on top of that G, you now have geopolitical issues also being, superimposed on it. If anyone has doubt, look at the conversations we've been having over these last 2 years since the emergence of artificial intelligence. The guardrails that have been set, Africa's voice has been largely absent there. I have, a proposal for reversing that in terms of an African private sector that I think needs to focus on setting standards here in Africa on ethical business conduct. The whole pressure, talking about geopolitics again, about reshoring, people wanting to source things in an environment where they think they have more, friendlier, partners. I think it's a great opportunity for Africa. When I look at what happened on our continent since as far back as 94 with South Africa's transition, we've seen South African multinationals go out on the continent. They've mostly made money. I'm not talk so much about questions of governance. I think in the next iteration that has to change. I think increasingly you see them being supported by an equally vibrant private sector emerging from other parts of Africa. I would talk about the Dangote conglomerate, some of the less known Nigerian big players like BUA, certainly our banking sector. They're ambitious and they're going out into Africa. But in the continent where we're challenged by governance, I think they will not be able to, bury their head in the sand and not be able to take position on a lot of the issues that I think we're talking about. So I would say we're going from a situation of ESG, where the G does not get so much emphasis, to a situation where we're now looking at ESGG. It's not just companies being expected to speak up on the question of governance, but where geopolitical considerations are concerned, that they're also being asked to contribute. You see that very clearly on the part of the Western countries, China, US, the war over chips and all of that, shoring, reshoring. Companies have been present to that. In Africa, I think we've not even begun to answer a lot of the questions that we need to answer and formulate a strategy for engaging all of these. So I think business sometimes is thought of as something that's external to governance. I think for me, it's integral to it. When you talk about geopolitics, Africa is not a major military power. We export a lot of music and films out of Nigeria, but some would say we're not even there yet in terms of being a major cultural power as a continent. But when it comes to the shape of the future global economy, Africa has a lot to say. A lot of the materials you need for that green transition would be coming out of Africa. When you talk about the labor force of the future, we've got it. It's just a question of adding that critical element of governance to it, and I think Africa can win the future, as Robert Rose likes to say. And to achieve that, I think the role of the private sector is primary. If you think I have 2 more minutes, I would have one more additional line of thought, but otherwise I'll stop there. And
yeah, go for it. You've got 2 minutes.
Okay. So I would say that when it comes to solution to some of these canvas I've laid out, we must do 2 things. The first, I think, is in terms of the standard setting in Africa that I talked about. We can be a leader in this respect. In any case, I think the world is fragmenting. A lot of what's happened in terms of transnational regulation, things like the EITI, the Kimberley process, in the post-Berlin Wall context, these things were possible. We're heading into a world now where I think they're going to become subject of really intense contestation. So it will be everybody fending for themselves, and I think Africa needs to make its presence felt in that regard. So if there is one thing I would argue for, and I think Ambassador Salah is in the room, he can help take this message back to Addis Ababa. We must begin to grapple very seriously with the question. We've done a lot of things around businesses and their role in Africa. We've tried to set standard, but I think we need something that's more overarching, more in a grand vision of how to do ethical business in Africa. And where we have our own private sector people being the principal driver of this, I think it's much easier. If we have a set of standards that then becomes, a benchmark, I think it will be much easier for multinationals, banking conglomerates from Nigeria, South Africa, to go out there and invest in different parts of Africa and be successful. And I think there will be less pushback when they speak up on things they think are not really consistent with Africa's ambition of improving its governance. I think this is important. The second element for me, and if we do that successfully, I think Africa can really shine, to set standard at a time when the world is fragmenting, so I think this is of crucial importance. The second thing I think is that charity must begin at home. You see, I think, like our politics, the way we do business, I also think, derives a lot from the colonial framing of our political economy. And I think probably it's time we move beyond that. In South Africa, you talk a lot about Ubuntu. In Nigeria, Mr. Astrop likes to talk about, ethical business making sense. Whichever way you dice it, I think the African private sector needs to understand that, we need a new normal, in terms of businesses that put right at the forefront of the way they operate the concept of respect, of community people, of grassroots, groups, of just respecting different, interests within society. I think if this becomes the norm, you will see more trust around what businesses are trying to do. You will see communities that are more supportive of business aspiration, and you would see the balance tilt. At the moment, I think a lot of citizens think of themselves as we also think in this way: citizens as lower level actors. The empowered actors are government and the private sector. That balance can shift. And people can begin to see the corporate as more an ally on their side, not necessarily adversarial to government, but people working within this triad together. And I think that will lead to a future uh, of improved governance in Africa with the private sector and in a way that I think can
environmental responsibility are taken seriously. And it is important that there is a market disciplining mechanism. The private sector has a critical role to play. Certainly at GGA, we would encourage the private sector to think of themselves as development partners, contributing to institutional capacity building, really taking SDG 16 seriously for the sake of the long-term viability of the business. We want to encourage the private sector to view next quarter's returns as less important than the returns 20 years from now, and the shared value, and taking communities and the environment seriously. One of the things that hasn't yet happened in this respect is, and this is coming to Ruth's domain, that the latest report by Transparency International on the Corruption Perception Index rightly pointed out that even the countries that score in the top 10 score so, in a sense, with qualification. These are countries whose own multinationals behave in ways that exacerbate corruption in the countries in which they operate. And there does need to be a serious disincentive and a credible deterrent to that kind of behavior. And so, Ruth, this comes to the question of the establishment of an international anti-corruption court that isn't only focused on corrupt governments, as if governments operate in some kind of vacuum. Governments govern in the context of private sector and civil society players, and there are bad actors wherever we go. So I wanted to ask you about perhaps some of the necessary conditions that have to be met in order for buy-in to the idea of an international anti-corruption court to take root, and then also what some of the kind of objections might be. Judge Goldstone mentioned them, and then how do we, especially from an African perspective, encourage and ensure buy-in to the idea of an IACC, given the difficulties and challenges faced by the likes of the ICJ or the ICC. Can we make it work? Over to you.
Thank you. I think we all acknowledge that grand corruption really is deeply entrenched in global systems and undermines any efforts that we have or make in terms of establishing peace, justice, and strong institutions. The establishment of the International Anti-Corruption Court, as highlighted by Justice Goldstone and our GGA's founder, Robert Rose, could offer a really powerful solution to this issue. The IAC court will align itself with global anti-corruption efforts. It's not a separate initiative working against any of the mechanisms that are already in place, but this will bring accountability for corrupt practices, which we haven't seen before. Ambassador Hamad spoke earlier about the treaties and protocols and conventions that we have across Africa. We've been very proactive in terms of putting legislation in place, and very often far more advanced than some other countries in the world. But where the shortage has been with the enforcement. And often governments with all the will in the world are not able to put these treaties into legislation in their countries. But by strengthening governance and promoting transparency, the IAC court can play a very important role in supporting sustainable development and any other efforts in terms of fighting corruption. Okay, but then in terms of what are the key conditions that we need for the IAC court to be able to be that enforcer? Firstly, it'll be very important for the court to have the legal mandate to be able to prosecute not only the corrupt government officials, but also their enablers, the transnational actors involved in aiding and bribing and money laundering. The second thing is that the IAC court needs to be backed by very strong enforcement tools, including international cooperation on extradition. Ambassador Hamad spoke earlier about the need to be able to extradite people from foreign countries and have that cooperation. Then there's also asset recovery. Judge Goldstone spoke about the assets chamber that the court intends to establish as one of its key divisions. That will be very important, along with accessing banking and financial records. The IAC court also needs the power to be able to secure cooperation from the countries with financial secrecy laws. Then thirdly, and there are many essential things, but I'm highlighting three, the IAC court will need to work closely with domestic legal systems. This cannot be seen as something apart from the legal systems within countries. It needs to be something that it strengthens local anti-corruption institutions where necessary, and also ensuring that any judgments are recognized and enforced within the individual countries. So to your second part of the question in terms of what the debate is about, the experts that Judge Goldstone referred to earlier who are working on the treaty are looking at case studies of other institutions that have been established via treaty, protocol, convention, and are using those as learning opportunities. The starting point was the Rome Statute and looking at the ICC and other courts and where they have been successful and perhaps needed some bolstering. All of that thinking is being included in the thinking. Thank you.
So we've got a question online, which I'll get to in a minute, but I wanted to open it up among the panel and just ask for any responses. Sarah and then Gareth, go for it.
Oh, thanks. Thanks, Dr. Ross. No, thank you once again for the insightful inputs from my distinguished speakers. You know, I like very much that we are all coming from different backgrounds. So I love what Dr. Ola highlighted on the role of private sector. And we in the EPRM, as you were asking me before, on the governance ecosystem, we noted from our research and actually actionable research on SDGs that private sector role in promoting sustainable development goals is very, very low across the continent. Probably South Africa is one of the exclusive countries which develops what we call it the voluntary national review on SDGs, the voice of private sector. It's a shadow report sponsored by the UN Global Compact and some leading mining companies in South Africa to highlight how private sector is contributing to SDGs, especially SDG 4, for instance, on education, SDG 3 on health, but also what the last speaker highlighted about the issue of the national system as well and the governance ecosystem. We talk about institutional arrangements. We are talking about legislative framework and mostly important affirmative actions to ensure that anti-corruption law and practices, and even the commission, for instance, is able to function and operation efficiently. My sister spoke about professionalism in civil service, and we as APRM have APRM Continental Secretariat and national structures are working together to implement, in collaboration with the United Nations, key principles for effective governance of SDGs, including strengthening competence of civil service. Lastly but not least, last week we were attending the UN General Assembly and the Summit of the Future in New York, and I'm glad I can see my colleague Lennon here. He's the youth focal point in the APRM Secretariat, and we were actually co-leading in collaboration with many other organizations, different events and engagements with member states on governance challenges. And you can see that also there's a concern about the digitalization and digital governance, how all this momentum about AI and the fact that the continent is one of the most and least connected part in the world, with only 36% of citizens that have access to internet. How should we address that within also the governance ecosystem? So you might also be aware that the Pact of the Future has been adopted, and this is now a reinforced vision for the global development, where digitalization, the transformative governance, the role of youth, the role of civil society, think tanks like GGA shall all work together in order to ensure this transformation in the society and strengthening resilience and the governance ecosystem. So that's all from my side, and thank you once again
Oh,
for
that's
having me
super.
today.
Gareth, go for it.
Can I also go? Or should I give it to Gareth first? Thank you.
Thanks, Sukiso.
Thanks very much, Ross. And really interesting listening to my colleagues on the panel and their insights. I want to run with this this idea of governance in the ESG, and sort of the view that we sort of should lead with governance. I tend to agree with that. I also don't want to obviously separate all those things from each other. The integrated thinking that is required puts all of those things together. They're on a continuum in my mind. And I sort of use one or two examples from my own, from where I work and the type of things I get to lead and be engaged in. Governance is critical to the outcome, and whether that be environmental or social or economic. One of the things that really irritates me in people that I interact with and that I work with and coach is a sense that it's governance and then the outcome, without understanding that any outcome, if you think about a project, governance is part of that. And those are the steps you have to go through in order to get the outcome. And governance, in fact, allows for efficiency done well and allows for continuous improvement and accountability. All of those are things that simply have to happen. So when people say to me, I spend all my time on compliance and I don't actually get to do my job, it's a view that I reject entirely. It is all one thing at the same time. Governance is vitally important. When I think about the ambition that my organization now has, based on things that we have got right over time. I'll give you 1 or 2 examples. So we, over the next 10 years, are doing 120 billion rands worth of new infrastructure in Cape Town. In this year alone and over the next 3 years, we have got more infrastructure investment than Johannesburg, Ekurhuleni, and Tshwane combined. And we're building that into the future. The question is, how are we able to do that? Besides from really good project and program management, which is a capability, it's a professional capability of our staff, which we invest heavily in, we have a massive ability to borrow from the market. And we have 3 big lines of credit from the Germans, the French, and from Nedbank. All of those lenders require our governance to be top-notch. So in order to get the outcome, more water, cleaner water, more waste solutions, diversified energy supply, all of the key things we do as a local government to enable the economy and bring dignity to people, that is done off the back of good governance, if you see it as a continuum. I'll give you a specific example. In the terms of the loans we have now, if our customer payment rate drops below 95%, creditors are unable to call the loans in within 30 days. Fortunately, our customer payment rate is at 97 to 98%. But the work we have to do to keep it at that rate is absolutely phenomenal. Now, when you consider that other municipalities in South Africa are somewhere between 30 to 70% on average, that being the median, the ability to raise money in the South African context at a local government level is almost zero. And then the ability then to scale ambition is almost zero in the South African context. We have to get the basics right. And there's so much talk in South Africa about, I want to do X project and I want to build this. Well, key to that is having a revenue stream, customers that pay, debt management in the system. Of course, a net for those who can't pay. That goes without doubt. But that is vitally, vitally important. Governance is on the continuum. I'll give you another example. Good governance is important for efficiency in a procurement system. In order to get the best price from the private sector, the contractor, because you're using other people's money, it's not our money, it's the people of Cape Town's money, one has to have an efficient, anti-corrupt system in order to ensure that those prices are fair, market fair and related. In order to do that, you can then do more with your money, which means that you can have other outcomes on top of that. Key for me as a leader in a local government is being able to do all of that, but also importantly, to be able to stick as far as possible to the exact mandate of our government. Or in South Africa, all 3 spheres of government have particular competencies which are required. Ours is quite simply to deliver energy, water, and waste management. That's 80% of what we do. It's not sexy, but but it is complex, I should say. But the contribution that makes to economic development and then job creation, attracting investors, ensuring that the lenders keep on lending, is a virtuous cycle. And at the core of all of it, it comes back to governance. Governance is on the continuum that results in the best possible outcome and delivers ultimately the best environment and social benefits in the governance system.
It's amazing. Gareth, I'm going to come back to you in a minute because I'm interested in this question of future planning. You know, if we think about the dynamics on the continent and what it looks like for a city like Cape Town that's expecting in the region of another 1 million people, maybe over the next decade, how that looks. But Zuki, over to you first.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ross. So thank you very much to all the panel members. I really enjoyed the inputs, the perspectives that come from multiple sectors, multiple backgrounds. And I think for me, I just have 2 comments to make for Ruth and Gareth. I think for me, a precondition for the success of the International Anti-Corruption Court is local support and local ownership. As I think the former judge had said, you can't be seen as Western imperialism trying to recolonize Africa and using legitimate institutions to punish their enemy, political enemies, and to assassinate people who they don't agree with. So it needs to be seen as an internationally owned, as a locally owned institution that enjoys local support and is not seen as punitive to people who differ with Western imperialism and the new forms of colonialism that we are expecting to see on the continent. So I just wanted to also emphasize that point as a precondition for the success of the IAC. And I think, Gareth, I like the point you made about the JNU. It's only been 2 months. You know, and I think it's good to expect a lot, but let's give them an opportunity and a chance to succeed or to fail. We are given opportunities through crisis management to reflect on the learnings that can be made, to improve and strengthen our institutions and improve on the leadership we provide through the JNU. So I like the fact that just a reminder that it's been 2 months. Let's give them at least 5 years to succeed or fail and then make a judgment. Thank you.
That's great. I mean, I think, within that context, it's important to have nodes of, or what we call pockets of effectiveness in the kind of development studies language. And presumably there'd be positive spillover effects. I think there's concern sometimes that, when you have successful cities like Cape Town, that they'd continue to kind of move on a trajectory that becomes a double-edged sword. You attract skilled migrants and you also attract people who, from across the continent are desperate for healthcare and education, which isn't being properly provided, as Ambassador mentioned right up front. So, Gareth, I wanted to come to you again just on this question of how you think about the future, because, we in a sense, we're reflecting on 10 years of governance and governance challenges that GGA has addressed and so on. And now we're looking to what the next 10 years holds, and maybe let's start just at a local level, and then I'll open it up to the panel. Let's have a vibrant conversation about that. So. This one probably
Thanks,
works.
Ross. I think firstly, what we need is all of our cities to work. I mean, there is no doubt. Cape Town reaching its ultimate potential as a city and as an economy relies on Johannesburg, Tshwane, and Ekurhuleni to work. Because the interlinkages between our economies are often unseen, but are there. Our economy in Cape Town is predominantly a tertiary services economy, financial services, insurance. There's obviously a lot of tech going on. Of course, everyone knows about our tourism and hospitality, but we're servicing businesses and mines and manufacturers which are agglomerated in the north of South Africa. We need the economy to rise at, everywhere at the same time. And so I take your point. is we want to be resilient to 4 stages of load shedding. If indeed the data suggests that we are out of the worst of load shedding from a national level, we could always look at that again. But that requires contracting with independent power producers, which we're well down the line with, as well as enabling the private sector and households to invest in in small-scale embedded generation, for which we're now paying customers cash for putting their electricity back into the grid. On an annual basis now, we publish an infrastructure report. It's an exercise in accountability. We want stakeholders, be creditors, auditors, residents, of course, our political leaders, to understand what we're committed to over a period far in excess of a political term of office, and how then we do each year in the implementation. And we take it from a risk point of view. We understand what is failing in terms of water, but of course, Councillor Badruddin will tell you, and he has to lead the front line of this. There are parts of our infrastructure which are not up to speed. It's about knowing what that is, where they are, and whether there are projects in our system to replace and renew that, which we're getting increasingly better at. And that is really what future planning is for us. My last point is, by the end of this financial year, we'll have a 2050 plan in place. We don't think we can predict the future. Nobody can. But we do think there are probably 3 to 4 high-level scenarios of where our city could go over the period. And not that we're necessarily aiming for one of those scenarios, but what is important for us is to work out for any of those particular futures, particularly if 1 or 2 of them are desirable, what do we need to be doing now in the next 2 to 5 years in order to give us the best shot? And then, of course, to cycle that through a plan. So those are some of the things we're doing in Cape Town, built off professional staff. In my directorate, I have 60 or 70 expert engineers and project and program managers whose job is to support all of our directorates for high quality planning and delivery and execution of projects. And that is a choice that our political leadership has made, to invest in skills that increases the ability to execute on time, in scope, and within budget, year in and year out.
Yeah, Gareth, that's amazing. I think something you mentioned there really struck a chord, and that is that you've got to build up a professional team that transcends or lives beyond the life of the political cycle, and that actually strengthens that politico-administrative divide, and keeps your 2 tracks going in a way that's really sustainable for the future. So I love that. Ola, I know you wanted to come in there, and then we're going to start taking some questions from the floor as well.
Thank you very much, Ross. I just wanted to highlight something I think, ties together very neatly a lot of what we've said here about the role of different actors on improving governance, and especially the critical role that the private sector can play in that. Let's paint a dystopian, picture, of our coming future, the immediate future. I've sat where I sit in Lagos watching South Africa's struggle on the world stage as it tried to do something about the war in between Israel and and Hamas and Gaza. That's one that you're not going to you're not going to win everyone with that. Highly divisive. So in a world where it's I think it's George Bush that used to say that, but whether they're saying it or not, this is the war you are confronting. Either you're with us or against us. So when we went to the US Africa Business Summit in May, African private sector people in the room open to, of course, tie up deals with some of their US counterparts. And then you are pushed to really make a stand on what is going on, clearly what the US position is. Are you in support of South Africa, working against the country that they see as friendly in this way? And, do you essentially support the US position or you don't? I think you would increasingly see pressures like that being exerted on Africa. And I think what it points to is the need for us to really bed down and begin to work on those, business ethics, framework, and standard in the way that I've talked about it. Otherwise, it would be difficult, to be able to, proceed or even progress. The world I think we're in now, let's take it or leave it. It's been one, shaped by Pax Americana. Whether we talk about a lot of these issues around ESG, some of the finer things we've thought we could converge around and find agreement over this last 25, 30 years horizon. You're going to have duplicate. You're going to have one around China. You're going to have one around the United States. Presumably, other similar contending framework led by others. But if we have an Africa, frameworks and standards that we've chewed, thoroughly through, and it would be easier to say, look, this is where the Africans sit on this, and it's not just, we as a single company or even GG as an entity, but this is essentially the African view on this, and these are the things we're doing in this respect. So I think it's of vital importance that even as the world retrenches into these different geopolitical blocks, that Africa begin to craft, an essentially Africa-based position that I think we can take into the world to be able to navigate more nimbly the treacherous world that I think is emerging before us.
Yeah, interesting. Well, in fact, I want to ask a bit of a left field question here, just tying up that treacherous geopolitical situation with the prospect of international coordination. And part of why outfits like the UN Convention Against Corruption have struggled to work and so on is because, it's not just that there isn't really supranational authority. In realist terms, in international relations, the US has called the shots, and that's made, in some respects, made multilateralism difficult, and so the talk in IR circles is multilateralism dead, and here we're trying to build up appetite for an international anti-corruption court that requires multilateral cooperation, and it seems quite a difficult thing to achieve in the context of increasing fragmentation and growing tension in the world. So, Ruth, maybe you could come in on that point, but we have a question from one of our online participants saying, do we need more laws? Are our existing laws at the domestic level sufficient to actually do what they are designed to do? So this is that age-old question of, is it about implementation versus, having the law? A lot of people would say we've got the right legal architecture in place in many of our jurisdictions, but execution is lacking for a whole range of reasons. So, Ruth, maybe you want to come in on that, and then we're going to take some questions from the floor as well. So if you have questions, please prepare and put up your hand, and we'll have a mic brought to you. But in the meanwhile, we've got a supply of questions from online, and we're going to break for lunch in 14 minutes.
So I think in particular, as an example, was a significant step forward at the time. Is that better? Yes. Sorry. Thank you. It was a significant step forward at the time, and there is no shortage of legislation. And some of it is a groundbreaking legislation, but many kleptocrats avoid enforcing these anti-corruption measures in order to protect their power. And effectively, it makes any legislation paper tigers. They're on paper, but there is no enforcement. So I think that's why the IAC court will be so powerful, in that it brings that enforcement into play. And also, the IAC court will have more influence than the ICC in countries where leaders want to combat corruption but face resistance in their own countries like Moldova, Guatemala, and Zambia. And then also countries where they're often used for money laundering, the financial hubs of the world. They will be supporting the IAC court's investigations, which will assist us and also open up the investigations into potential money laundering. And then in cases of entrenched kleptocracies like Venezuela and Russia, where arrests probably are highly unlikely in the future, the IAC court will be able to freeze those assets and repatriate them, which I think is important to benefit the victim populations.
Okay, so I mean, I think these are extremely useful reflections. We've got a question again from somebody on our online audience, which is very kind of nitty-gritty governance. This is about the relationship between the board and the business, if you like. Does the principle of professionalism for improved governance apply to board members and directors of the boards and trusts, which are accounting officers in state-owned enterprises and SOCs? Zuki, I suppose that's a question you might want to take on.
So the beauty about the PSC is that our mandate will after the promulgation of our bill, will be extended to include public entities, state-owned enterprises, as well as local government. So because we believe in a single public service and not just a fragmented public service. So professionalism and professionalization of the public service would automatically then include the leaders and the executives of the public service, and I would argue also the members of the board.
Right. Gareth, did you want to maybe come in on that as well? Because I think, you know, I suppose at a city level, there's, you know, this question of competence as part of King 4 and how King 4 applies to local governance. It's something you guys have been quite clear on.
Yes, competence is vitally important. So the Municipal Systems Act and related staffing regulations are significant guidance so local governments on competence frameworks. So that's good, but I think it's kind of the start. Most municipalities just need to get that particular space. So I think very deeply about competency in particular disciplines, which I think are very, very important. And so, for example, engineering. So many municipalities don't have a single. So we have to work very closely with Council for the Built Environment on the professionalization of engineers all the time. I think similarly about the discipline and practice of project management and the discipline and practice of contract management. All three are very, very important. So I actually have a team in my own directorate that on an annual basis assesses the maturity of the practice in every single directorate in the city of Cape Town on a Likert scale of 1 to 5. Wow. With meaning ascribed to where each of those scores are. So you could say your engineering services is 3.3, your project management is 4.1. What I need to do in the year ahead going forward, and I have in the last year played around. I haven't really released it to many stakeholders yet. I've also done a maturity index on performance management as a discipline, because it's very important now that we move to a higher level of performance management that is more linked to continual improvement instead of just like I reached my targets. Yeah. And then secondly, innovation. So I'm also playing around with a maturity index at this point in time of innovation, because kind of goes to the point I made right at the start, is there's this constant tension between governance, shouldn't be, but it exists in people's minds, and creativity. And so I want to get a much better understanding of where pockets of innovation are able to thrive. The last point I want to make is leadership. So one of the ideas that I've been working on and has been introduced is a uniform approach to leadership across the organization. So a few years back, we instituted a particular approach to leadership in the city of Cape Town. And everyone now, from the city manager, inclusive of the executive team, to directors, managers, and the leaders of our depots, where our energy, water, waste workers, are now trained in the same leadership methodology.
the delivery mechanisms are slightly different for people at different levels of the organization. But the theory of change is exactly the same. As far as I'm told, we might be the only government in the world which has a unified approach to leadership across the whole organization.
Sure.
Bearing in mind we employ 31,000 people in our organization.
Yeah, I mean, impressive. Sukhri, do you want to add? Okay, I mean, yeah, that's amazing. And having an appropriate theory of change is critical. I mean, we're very adept often at analyzing and identifying the nature of the problems, but having a cohesive, coherent theory of change really matters for whether you're going to be able to achieve your goals or not. And that, I suspect, also requires constant refinement. You know, because dynamics change all the time, you know, but it's also critical to have a set of scenarios through which you're thinking a futures approach, and then plan for the worst and hope for the best. Amanda, have we got any questions from the floor? Ah, yes, sir. Oh my gosh, guys, sorry, I did not leave enough time for that. Okay. I'm going to ask you to keep your questions really short. And
okay.
Please be clear about who you're directing them at.
Hi, my name is Andre Truta. I'm the executive mayor of Saldanha Bay Municipality. Unfortunately, I have a couple of levels, so I have a couple of questions, so I'm going to use the opportunity. The first thing that I want to say is we must look in South African context about the fault in the stars. So we say we want to speak to professionalization, and I presume you're meaning politicians and administration. Now, the politicians in this country haven't had an increase in 2 years by COCTA. So how are you going to draw professional people out of the professional sector if you do not remunerate them well? And actually on that I want to follow and say, and it's prominent in successful municipalities, that political parties drive the culture of a government. I'm going to say that again. Political parties drive the culture of a government. That then drives over into the administration, because they appoint the municipal managers, they appoint the directors, they give them the contracts. So ultimately it spills over to administration. There's this narrative that politicians are corrupt, but we talk here about criminal syndicates. Criminal syndicates need various levels. They need somebody in the political sphere, they need somebody in administration, and they need businesses that enables that corruption. That is the 3 levels. But a political or a criminal syndicate thrives on a weak structure. So where these governments that are unstable, you will find corruption straight away. That has a reverse effect on your administration, because nobody wants to work there. Why would you go and want to work in a government where all the money is being stolen and they maybe not going to pay you? So that is when you don't have engineers. We don't need professionalization in administration, because we've got guidelines of what an engineer must have. What must a municipal manager have? You need good governments that employ people that are properly qualified. That was the one thing I wanted to say. From the AU point of view, my submission and to the last speaker of local governments, there is a YouTube clip that says mayors rule the world. Please go and look at it. That is the government the closest to the people. So it's no reflection on myself. It's not saying we're more important, but I think the way that we build a government is wrong. We seem to think that a national government's more important, then a provincial government, and then a local government. Where if you build a pyramid that's going to stand for thousands of years, you start on a foundation. That's the government that's the closest to the people. So maybe also from the African Union, if you want to drive your message, don't work national, start at local. And my last comment that I want to make is from an African point of view is, why does local governments on African level not meet? Why don't they collaborate? They are the governments that is seeing to those services that Cape Town is speaking about, that enables a platform for business to thrive upon. So if that's wrong, you won't get economic growth, you won't get job creation, you won't get alleviation of poverty. In fact, I would risk to say that we as local governments do more work connecting internationally than we do on our continent. And that is where we should focus. And then we can talk about a continental approach. So on the last thing I wanted to say on a grand coalition, which some people call the GNU, I disagree. We shouldn't wait 5 years. If you're elected to be a national minister, you should perform from day one. And you do not look at what others are doing. You look at your sphere of influence, and we can see it in the Grand Coalition right now. There are pockets of excellence. You should ask, well, if they're all in the same environment, how are some pockets firing? And that you should investigate. We shouldn't wait for 5 years before government performs. You should perform from day one, otherwise you shouldn't be there. Thank you very much.
Yeah, some interesting views. Thank you. Let's take the whole set, if you don't mind, and then we'll have a round of responses from the panel, which, you know, I'll close the panel out with closing remarks, and in that process, you can address any of the comments or questions that are made from the audience. I'm standing between you and lunch, so I don't want to be fired.
Hello, thank you. Greetings to everyone. My name is Bafedile Popape, and I would like to make 2 comments, please. One actually is related to what Ambassador Salah Hamad said in the morning. He said that it's very interesting that he said that countries belong to all those who live in it. And I'm looking and I'm saying the mess that we find ourselves in definitely will not be changed or corrected by politicians or by the educated people only. Actually, Mr. Gareth Morgan touched on what I want to say. He talked about what I would call active citizenry. It's very important that our citizens need to understand what we mean by, for example, a democratic government. You know, there's this understanding, everyone talks about it, that our government is our government of the people, by the people, for the people. But what really does that mean for the citizens of the country? I go around, I'm actually an author. I wrote a book with the title, A Government on Life Support. Win it off. It was published this year in March, on the 19th of March. So I go around currently teaching about the people, about their role in government. And I find them interested in understanding what they can do, for example, to hold our, the politicians or the leadership accountable. So it's very important that we must start looking at how we can solve these problems instead of just talking about them. And one way is to really involve our communities, because they have answers actually in relation to some of the things that need to happen. So the other thing is that's the last one. Why governments and world leaders continue to fail us? It is important, and this is the issue that many people may not talk about it because they think it's far-fetched. You know, if you can read the book of Miles Monroe, Rediscovering the Kingdom, it talks about how different ideologies failed, you know, socialism, capitalism, you know, all the isms, they failed, including democracy itself. Democracy has failed. And why? Why are we failing, and why don't we seem to sit back and think of what is it that we are doing wrong? He talks about this ideology that will never fail because it was born in the heart of God. Simply put, if we think that we can deal with our problems without bringing God into our problems, we need to know that we will continue to fail. One of the things, when I talk of the citizens, the churches, I'm talking to the churches and I say, why is the country or the countries and the world failing when the church is there, and the church is there for value systems? I'm not going to talk long. Let me just stop here.
Yeah,
I think the
very much
message
for the
came through.
intervention.
Thank you.
Thank you. Guys, we're going to take just one last question or comment from the floor, and then I'm going to ask my panelists to close us out.
Thank you. My name is Zanele Mgadi and I'm from Nedbank. I was gonna make reference to the parts that were touched upon by Dr. Bello as well as the gentleman from City of Cape Town, but the two speakers have actually touched on what I wanted to talk about. And that is the fact that I'm enthused by the recognition by the speakers and the panel of the fact that while we see corruption in government at national level, it is corruption at local level that affects us directly as citizens. And that is where a lot of work has to be put in. By way of example, my son needs to get a driver's license, and I asked one of my partner's daughter to refer a driving school for him to attend. And my partner's daughter responded by saying that she wouldn't recommend any of them because they're all scammers. And we know where that comes from. That comes from the interaction between the driving schools and the local authority, where there's bribes that have to be paid, and the driving schools are part of that bribery syndicate, if you can call it that. And for me, this is where we all at government, at local government level, this is where we can bring in that culture issue that Dr. Bello brought in, that at local government level, that culture of serving is where it should be emphasized. That is where us as citizens interact with government most of the time. And if at that level, as has been done at the City of Cape Town, if at that level corruption is not dealt with, there is no way we can deal with corruption at a national level. And for me, what I would say, and is a takeaway for me from this, from today's session, is the fact that while we want to deal with big corruption and big money at national level and at big companies, we should be focusing as a start our efforts at taking out corruption at a local level by ensuring that people who work at a local level know the culture and understand that their job at local level is to serve the citizens. And serving the citizens means that citizens need to get what they pay for, and that it is not about the employees, but about the citizenry. Thank you.
That's great. Super.
Chairperson, thanks very much. I was told that if you want to be brief, you must stand up. I won't be long. My name is Refilwe Ramotwala from Blowick Municipality in Limpopo. Chairperson, Let me direct this to all the panelists. It is true that we need to get the basics right. If you check properly, you will notice that in one of the speakers, she made mention of people fearing for their lives, people being killed, people being fired from work. If you look at that, you will realize that no corrupt people are killed. No corrupt people are fired from work. Yet there are people who must monitor and make sure that all these corrupt people are the ones who face the consequences. Where do you think the problem could be? The second one that I want to put to yourself, it might sound a little bit vague and out. Somebody was talking about the government of national unity having to start working from the first day. Why are we not, what do you think if we have to hold these people accountable for the promises they have made to the public? In other words, I want to check if there is enough performance management system for the public servants, in particular the politicians. If we were to say, you will never be reimbursed or you will never be paid if you have not delivered, what do you think could bring us? I mean, you have to construct a road. If there is no road, end of the period when you said you'll have constructed a road, then you're not going to get anything. In the meantime, maybe let them just get something for survival. But there won't be anything accruing to them if there is nothing in terms of the promises that they have made. It can be year 1, year 2, year 3, year 4, year 5, and you are saying it's only now that we can take them out. Why do we have to wait for such a long time? And I'm saying we have to have a relook at these things. The question that was asked to say, do we need more laws? The answer is no, we have. But do we have the people who can hold these people accountable within a short space of time that is put in place? I think that's what I wanted to pass through, Chair. Thanks very much.
Super. Many thanks to everyone who's participated from the audience. We really appreciate you being here and contributing. Panelists, massive thanks. I'm going to give you each 1 minute to close out, both to address some of the comments and questions that have been made, and also just one thought that could change the future, looking ahead to the next 10 years.
Thank you, Dr. Ross. I think we spoke enough, but reflecting on the last question about the issue of accountability and why corrupt people are not being brought to accountability or justice, I think we definitely need strong oversight mechanisms at national level in order to guarantee that corruption is under control. I come from a country where corruption has also prevailed, in Egypt, and we have noted that in the past 5 to 6 years, the government has been working on establishing an anti-corruption authority, but also anti-corruption strategy for 5 years, where it has to be cascaded at local levels. And this is where my colleague from the city of Cape Town has been always talking about localization and how you should start by cities, start by local communities in order to nurture the culture of integrity and fighting corruption. And I can see now that Egypt ranking, and same for Kenya, in the International Transparency Index has slightly improved, just because they haven't only adopted the legislatives for anti-corruption, but also established strong national oversight mechanisms, and also having independence of judiciary system when it comes to dealing with the cases of corruption. So thank you for your question. And moving ahead, I think the Pact for the Future, the second 10-year implementation plan of Agenda 2063 are very, very important frameworks that we should all collaborate to implement for our continent. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Ross. So I think most of the inputs from the audience were comments and questions. And I do note your comments, Mr. Mayor, and I recognize it. So we shouldn't give them 5 years, but at least this gives them an opportunity to succeed or fail and then make the evaluation, was my argument. Otherwise, I think for me, we've made commendable strides in our continent when it comes to the legislative and policy framework for anti-corruption, but this is just the beginning. We just need to make sure that we put in place enforcement mechanisms and oversight mechanisms to make sure that corruption is a thing of the past. Let's continue with our commitments as the GGA and other stakeholders towards anti-corruption, human rights, the respect for the rule of law, and the respect for democracy. Let's work together. It is possible in our generation, in our lifetime, to make corruption a thing of the past. Thank you.
Thank you. Just putting that down, sorry. So, I mean, we all know that corruption robs resources from vulnerable communities, but it also threatens global stability. The refugee crisis is a good example of this. And making the International Anti-Corruption Court, establishing it, will set up an essential enforcer of existing international laws that will prosecute not only the corrupt officials, but also their networks that enable their crimes. My colleague spoke earlier about, and also from over there, the importance of public awareness and political support are essential for the establishment of the court. And Good Governance Africa's theory of change is around active citizenry, that through empowering communities, that's how we'll bring about the change that we need to see. And I believe that the time is now ripe for emphasizing action over rhetoric. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I think mayors do rule the world. Benjamin Barber's famous thesis was very prominent 10 years ago, and it has dipped off a little bit. We need to bring it back. It's vitally important. I agree with you. We have three separate spheres of government. They all have their own roles. They're all important. And I do feel like, I think you do, that sometimes local government feels diminished as if it's a hierarchy when it's not. So we must fight back and affirm our space. I'm hoping the GNU, I'm sure you are as well, can be a space to allow for a bit more devolution of powers as well to municipalities, particularly well-functioning municipalities. Nobody needs to be sensitive about it at a national level. The outcome should be what guides that level of devolution. I agree that co-governance we didn't really chat about co-governance, came to a little bit. I think residents, I don't always like to talk about citizens because sometimes it can be a little bit exclusionary of people who are not citizens in our societies. But you know what I intend here. Co-governance with citizens is vitally important. Some parts of South Africa are a little bit in the habit that government is going to provide everything all the time. We're in a heavily fiscally constrained situation. I think our economic growth projections for the next 2 years or so are starting to look positive again. So we can possibly look towards brighter days of growth that is going to absorb jobs, create jobs, absorb labor. But there has to be co-governance in tricky situations. It means more people joining their neighborhood watch and not just relying on the SAPs. It doesn't mean that SAPs mustn't do their jobs, but they're not always going to do their jobs. It means more people protecting infrastructure from vandalism. We spend a huge amount of money, I'm sure Saldana Bay does as well, on copper theft, breaking of pipes, and all those kinds of stuff. People must protect their own community infrastructure. The Municipal Systems Act talks about community wealth, which is in fact code for infrastructure, basically, and speaks about governance being council, administration, and the residents of a particular municipality. So let's do a lot more, particularly in the climate space as well. We need to share risk because so many things are not going to be solved by government. There isn't enough time in order to develop all the infrastructure that is required for increased heat and flooding going forward. So helping people deal with risk is vitally important. My last comment is on the GNU. Yes, I think ministers must do their jobs and they must do them from day one. But what we lack at the moment is one narrative about what this government plans to do over the next 5 years. It doesn't exist. They need to get in a room and work out what is the apex priority of the state, or the 2 or 3 apex priorities. I think it should be economic growth and job creation. If a law, you ask if there are too many laws, if a law kills economic growth and job creation, it must be amended or scrapped. And everything should be done through a particular lens going forward. My thought is that I think there's hope. And I think that we need to ride this moment, give it an opportunity in our history. All of our professionalization, anti-corruption, building a capable state feels more alive. Not all going to move as fast as we want it to, but I think we all have hope. If we don't have hope, we're all going to give up. Thank you.
No, I would just like to close on two quick notes. The first, I think, is that, you know, a lot of the issues we're discussing about here on governance, you know, reducing corruption, those are social change issues. And I think, you know, social change is not linear. So I'm encouraged by a number of things we're seeing coming through. I think when it comes to, you know, ensuring the government is more responsive and more accountable, tracking corruption where it exists, I think technology is proving a boon. And I'm very excited about what this can bring about in Africa over the coming years. The second thing I wanted to point to is that, you know, the process we're in is also a marathon. You know, so I think if we all keep up the stamina, Africa has got a real chance. To the colleague who are here very much is agony about why corrupt people are not being brought to justice. I do think a lot of the initiatives that are being pursued on different levels, including, you know, GGA convening you here today, if citizens are more supportive of the different sort of initiatives we're pursuing, empowering the youth, raising level of awareness, getting citizens more engaged on the question of governance, not just during election, I think we've got a real chance in Africa of turning the dire governance outlook around.
I just want to ask you to please give our panel another round of applause, and yeah, a special thanks to each of them for having stepped up to the plate, and especially to Gareth Morgan, my former boss, for having stepped up literally in the last 30 seconds. So we really appreciate each one of you. Thank you for your contribution and the note of hope on which we ended. That's fantastic. Thank you very much. I've got a small token of appreciation, and then I'll hand over to Patrick.
Thank you. Another round of applause, please. Thank you so much. Thank you, Ross. Thank you for moderating this session. Indeed, the inputs were beautiful. You know, he didn't want to be fired. I also don't want to be fired. So that's why I came up here. And the second reason why I came up here was I was being pushed by hunger. So, ladies and gentlemen, we've come to that time when we can have a break. I just want to promise that the next sessions that we're going to have, as much as the deliberations from the morning to this point have been very, very powerful and informational, the rest of the sessions is going to be less talk and more fun. So we're going to have awards that will be handed over to some of the partners that we've worked with on the ground doing this kind of stuff that we're talking about, implementing governance and making sure that these things are not just being pie in the sky, but people are doing it. Local authorities, different stakeholders, and so on. Work is being done. So in the afternoon, so can I just ask that we get back here by quarter past 2, so that at least we can sort of claw back the time that we have lost. And then we can get onto that. And then I know that during lunch, we always like to have more time. There will be time in the afternoon. So we are going to have our meal where we were where we had our little breakfast. We can go up there and then come back promptly by 10 past so that we can be seated by quarter past. Again, thank you so much for your time. All right, thanks.
No, no.
You're natural.
It was very useful.
Thank you. He's a natural. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
As you were saying,
Thank you.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah. Right. Thank you. Yeah. We do it. All right. Technical team, can you turn down the music? Thank you so much. Good afternoon again. I hope you're full, but you're not going to fall over sleeping. I think the team here has done a great job to look after us and to feed us and to just make sure that we're taken care of. Thanks to the GGA team for all of this so far. We're going to now transition to the next phase of our program. But just before we do that, because we're a Pan-Africanist organization, it's always important that we recognize our colleagues who are joining us online from our other centers. So we're just going to ask them to open their video, their video, so that we can just acknowledge that they are there. We have colleagues joining us from Ethiopia, Addis Ababa. We also have got colleagues joining us online from Lagos, Nigeria, as well as Accra, Ghana. So whilst they are still sorting that out, can I just mention the chairperson of Ethiopia, of the Horn of Africa, GGA. He is right here, Professor Baru Zwede. Can you please stand, sir, so that we can see you? Give him a round of applause. Yes, yes. Thank you so much. He came out here to provide support. We also have present my own direct boss, the chairperson of GGA Saro. He's right here, Mr. Deji Hastrup. Can you please stand up, Deji, so that people can see? Yes. Thank you so much. The other chairpersons of the other offices unfortunately couldn't make it. But we're really a Pan-Africanist organization, or a Pan-African organization that is operating in all these areas. And Gail, just advise when the colleagues are. Okay. I could be singing a song, but I can't sing for you, so bear with the silence. All right, we will see if things change as we go along. But I really wanted us to acknowledge them and to just to send a message that we are together. Oh, okay, I think we're going to see them now. Yeah. Yeah, I think they're the colleagues. Can Ghana raise their hands, please? I just want to see if the Ghana colleagues, there you go, there you go, there you go, there you go. Thank you for joining. Nigeria colleagues, I can see, I can only see two. Ethiopia, can you just show by hand? Okay, no, I think they're both from one office. But we wanted just to see you and say hello. We know that you are watching with us. Thank you so much for joining. Okay. All right, let's move. Let's move. Thank you. We can you can close your videos, colleagues. Thank you so much. We wanted to see you and for you to feel that you're part of us. Thank you. Now I'm going to ask my other colleague. Her name is Chrissy Dube. Chrissy is going to run this part of the program, which is congratulatory messages from our partners. GGA has many diverse partnerships, MOUs and agreements, and we do a lot of things with many organizations. And some of them are here, they're going to do it in person. Some will send their congratulatory messages by video. And Chrissy has been coordinating all of that with excellence and professionalism. Chrissy Dube is the head of the governance insights and analytics program that I talked about earlier on at GGA. She is an advanced project manager with extensive implementing, monitoring, and evaluation expertise. She's a data analyst skilled in both quantitative and qualitative research methods that provide innovative solutions and recommendations for informed decision making. In the public and the private sector, she has advanced skills in ethics and compliance. Additional competencies comprise business risk management, a high level of proficiency in stakeholder collaboration. You can see that a lot of you are here because of collaborative skills today. And for sustainable business development, as well as strategic alignment as an implementing partner. She is a seasoned trainer specializing in capacity building in her areas of expertise. She holds an MA in Commerce from University of KwaZulu-Natal, data analysis and advanced project management qualifications from UCT, and is an ethics officer for the private public sector's qualification from University of Stellenbosch, also registered with the Ethics Institute. I can say much more about Chrissy, but doesn't she look beautiful? Let's give her a round of applause. Thank you. If I could sing, I was going to sing that song by Stevie Wonder. It says, "Isn't she lovely?" Over to you. Thank you, Chrissy. Over to you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Oh my gosh, you don't sound like you just had that beautiful lunch. Good afternoon, everyone. How are you? Awesome stuff. I'm going to teach you something new now this afternoon, right? So instead of saying good afternoon when somebody greets you, you say GGA at 10. Can we try that? Are you going to remember? Or are you too full? This is not the graveyard shift. Well, this place is too beautiful. So good afternoon, everyone. Well done. We're moving into the next session, and we're going to invite some of our partners to render some well wishes to Good Governance Africa. We also want to acknowledge that we are aware that as an organization, we cannot exist in a vacuum. We appreciate your collaboration, your partnerships, as well as partnering with us to improve governance in Africa in your different areas of expertise. And first up, I'd like to call up the Mail and Guardian, and it's going to be Luke Phantom, who's going to give us the well wishes.
Thank you very much, Chrissy. Hello, everyone. It's a huge honor for me to be here on such an auspicious occasion. I'm grateful to have the opportunity to express my congratulations to Good Governance Africa, not for making 10 years, but for achieving so much in such a short time. I'm equally happy to pass on those congratulations on to the deserving winners still to be named this afternoon. Good Governance Africa, or GGA as we all affectionately call them, has been a great friend to us at the Mail and Guardian. We have supported each other on more events and projects than I can keep count of. From webinars and events, we've always found an affinity in our philosophy and sentiment. That compatibility has its roots in GGA's founding idea that Africa has exceptional purpose and potential. As part of our friendship, GGA publishes a weekly op-ed for our Thought Leader section. For the past 2 years, every week without fail, Dr. Ross Harvey, Amanda Chetty, and the team send me their latest contribution. Dr. Harvey might have written it, or perhaps Chief Executive Patrick Kulati, who happens to be a fantastic storyteller, or one of the many talented researchers and journalists that they work with. But whatever article lands in my inbox, I rest easy knowing that it will be well balanced, impeccably researched, and inevitably insightful. I must confess that I have hoarded endless quotes and ideas into my personal diary while editing their work. This is what robust public discourse should look like. While we're making confessions, I have one to make on behalf of not just our publication, but the media at large. The political shenanigans that make it onto our front pages are not representative of what it means to run a country. The political game we all see on TV is often little more than a soap opera, at best a popularity contest. The famous names we all know are far from the only protagonists of the African story. The actual boots-on-the-ground governance is difficult, unglamorous work that is rarely acknowledged. GGA has always understood that reality and has worked relentlessly to share ideas that are grounded in practicality instead of popularity. From the previews I've seen, the recipients of the awards of recognition being handed out just now share the same philosophy. Governance, in its purest form, is too often a thankless job, which is why occasions like this are so important, to show our appreciation to those making our continent a better place. Thank you all.
Thank you, Luke. Next up, we're going to hear from the Public Service Commission. I'd like to invite Commissioner Mkolomba. And while she's making her way up, after Commissioner Mkolomba, we're going to hear from the Embassy of Finland.
Silence in the room. Otherwise, Christy, I was told about 2 minutes, so I'm not going to overextend myself. I think you've heard enough from me already. But on behalf of the Public Service Commission, we'd like to recognize the efforts of Good Governance Africa in contributing towards a better future for the African continent and its people. We want to recognize your dedication, your passion, your commitment towards ensuring that Africa becomes the place of business enterprise that will ensure her development and the protection of the dignity of her most valuable citizens, her people. We recognize your work. We look forward to the future. I know we've just recently formed our relationship and our partnership, but we look forward to the future that we can actually build together in ensuring that South Africa and Africa becomes the society and the nations across the African continent that we desire to live in and aspire to build for our children and our children's children. Thank you very much for your inputs, for your effort, your contributions, and may you never tire doing good. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Mkolomba. As Takani from the Embassy of Finland makes her way up, I'd like Auditor General of SA to prepare. She's going to be after.
GGA at 10. GGA at? Yeah. My name is Takani Bok. I'm from the Finnish Embassy in Pretoria. On behalf of the embassy, I would like to say congratulations to GGA for your 10th anniversary. We were privileged this year that we had a collaboration to celebrate 30 years of democracy with GGA. It was a really lovely ceremony and event. I mean, everyone keeps on talking about it. How did you manage to find GGA? I say it's a secret, but now they know that GGA is based in Johannesburg and they work in good governance, because that's one theme that we are concentrating on as the Embassy of Finland. We did a really great event looking at our achievements as a country the last 30 years and what can we do to move forward. So I would really like to say you celebrate your 10th anniversary when we celebrate our 30 years of democracy. And I wish you all the best, and I hope when you celebrate your 30 years as GGA, I'll be able to come and say congratulations. But I would like to say thank you to the following GGA staff. I love you all, but I need to say this. Prissy was part of our event, so I would like to really pick up a few names. Jan, Kobani, Chrissy, and Tepang. We worked well as a team, and I wouldn't exchange anything for that friendship. We've become brothers and sisters, and I really appreciate how we work together with the Finnish Embassy. And lastly, when we had our event on, was it May? Yes. We actually officially adopted GGA to be Friends of Finland. So I'd really like to say proudly that we were very proud of this collaboration and our partnership. So I wish you all the best, and hopefully I'll be there for your 30-year celebration, GGA at 30. Thank you.
We have a lovely representative from the people who make sure that the money is spent the way it's meant to be spent, from the Office of the Auditor General. She's going to introduce herself. But after her, I'd just like Boston City Campus to prepare. And after Boston City Campus is going to be Huruma Bantu.
Good afternoon, everyone. I got worried a bit when she said the Auditor General is coming up, and I said, I wish I was as pretty as she is. I'm representing the Auditor General and the Office of the Auditor General today. I am bringing the warm regards and congratulations from the Auditor General herself. Unfortunately, she couldn't be here, so she asked that I pass the message to you. But on behalf of the Auditor General, I would like to congratulate the Good Governance Africa for the work that you've done. I was saying during lunch that working in public service is a calling. It's work that you do, knowing that it is hard, but you wake up every day wanting to do no more, because you know what we're doing is not only for us, but to make sure that the generations that come after us find an Africa that's different because of the work that you're doing. So congratulations for all that hard work. As I was reflecting on our reputational promise as the Auditor General, we say we exist to enable oversight, accountability, and governance in the public sector. And we do it through auditing. You, as an institution, you are enhancing governance, and you are striving to improve the lives of citizens. And as I reflect on that, I see there is a lot of opportunities for us to collaborate as you look forward to the next years of the institution's life. I know that we've done good work before in collaborating, and some of the results would be through the awards that we're seeing today. And for me, I think as you think about the next steps, I'd like us to find opportunities to collaborate and do more work together between ourselves and the Auditor General for the betterment of the publics that we serve, being the citizens, but also the institutions that we are charged with. Again, congratulations and all the best. I'm hoping that we'll celebrate 100 years quite soon, and reflecting back and looking at the work that you've done and the space that you've created, making sure that Africa is different because of the work that you're doing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sibongile. I'm going to now call upon Dr. Janet Viljoen, and after the good doctor, Huruma Bantu, and then the APRM.
GGA at 10. I am extremely honored to be here today to represent Boston City Campus, which, if you don't know, is a private higher education institution in South Africa, and we operate in the online distance e-learning mode. And I am here on behalf of Ari Katz, who is our CEO, and for whom he considers GGA a key partner. I was actually at this conference in 2022 when the theme was Africa's Girl Child. And from that engagement has emerged a relationship with GGA that has turned talking into practice, if I can put it that way. Next week, for example, for the third time, the Africa's Girl Child Dialogues will be hosted and headline sponsored by Boston Media House, which is our sister brand, obviously in the media space. It features a lineup of prominent women in media. There will be 250 young school girls, young women from Africa in attendance, half of whom will be from Zimbabwe. And 350 additional will be attending that event online. I think it's aspirational and it's practical. It points to the possibilities for young women and exposes them to what could be and what can be. So today we are gathered to celebrate a decade of exceptional leadership, unwavering commitment, and transformative impact. Boston City Campus is honored to extend our heartfelt congratulations GGA on their 10th anniversary. In particular, Mr. Rose, this is your brainchild, and for you and your staff, this is a very big moment. Over the past 10 years, Good Governance Africa has been at the forefront of driving positive change across the continent. Your tireless efforts to promote transparency, accountability, and good governance have had a profound influence, as we have seen, on communities, institutions, even nations. We applaud your dedication to fostering a more equitable and just society, and we are proud to be associated with your organization. Your achievements are a testament to your vision, hard work, and the passion of the team. So as you embark on the next chapter of your journey, I think that's going to be GGA at 20, we wish you continued success in your mission to build a better Africa for all. May the coming years be filled with even greater accomplishments than we have seen to date, and we look forward to walking alongside you on that journey. Happy birthday, and thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Janet. I would now like to invite Sandile from Huruma Bantu, after which we'll hear from the APRM and the IJR shortly after.
GGA at 10. No, other people are not saying anything. GGA at 10. We're here to celebrate. GGA at 10. Okay, great. So my name is Sandile Chabalala, and I'm a co-founder of a social enterprise called Huruma Bantu. Huruma means compassion in Swahili, and Bantu means people in Siswati. We've collaborated with GGA earlier this year here in South Africa during the elections, where we convened political parties that could talk about entrepreneurship and how their manifestos will impact entrepreneurship. So as a business focus on the impact economy, we're looking forward to continuing work with GGA, in particular next year, convening more side events with the G20 that's going to be here in South Africa. So I think as a young business that's youthful, youth-owned, and driving youth issues, I think GGA has really shown the spirit of collaborative effort and also showed that they're not necessarily limiting their resources in terms of who they want to work with going forward. So I really believe that GGA in the next future, you guys are truly building the leaders that this continent deserves and will have in terms of good governance. So thank you so much and wish you all the best.
Thank you very much, Sandile. I'd now like to call upon a good friend of mine, Sarah from the APRM, also called Habibi.
Thank you, Chrissy. Thank you very much once again. I think you already saw me in the morning, but I'm very grateful to be part of this GGA family. And I want to thank Chrissy in particular because the starting point, my entry point to GGA was through Chrissy. And what I like about her that she's very much, I would say, fast learner, but also she's very quick and active and energetic to engage APRM in all the activities taking place at national or continental level as far as good governance is concerned. So I wish GGA a very happy 10th anniversary, and I look forward to continuing this collaboration. And on behalf of the APRM Continental Secretariat and our new CEO, Ambassador Marie Quatri, we are very much keen to strengthen our collaboration, institutionalize the implementation of our programs, and definitely leveraging on our human and financial capacities and capabilities to push Agenda 2063 in each corner in Africa. So once again, thank you for having me today and also my colleagues, and happy 10th anniversary for GGA. Thank you.
I'd now like to call Jan Hofmeyer from the IJR. After Jan, it will be Miller SA and then Afrobarometer.
Good afternoon, everyone. It is my great privilege to represent two entities this afternoon, the Institute for Justice and Reconciliation, but also the Data for Governance in Africa network that GGA has also participated in as a partner over the recent years. Yeah, I mean, it's really a great privilege for us also to share this moment with you. It is a great achievement, I think, particularly in this very tough environment that we work in, for an organization to be around for 10 years. And GGA has not only survived during this period, but it has thrived. It has established itself as a very important voice in the field of accountable governance across the continent, and it's a voice that matters. At the Institute for Justice and Reconciliation, our vision is to promote fair, democratic, and inclusive societies across Africa. And since there is such a great overlap also with the work that GGA does, we have found you to be a natural partner, so a partner that we have so much in common with. You have really enriched our work as partners of IJR, but also in the D4GA partnership. We hope that we can also return that favor and also support you in years to come. So here's to next 10 years, wishing you all of the best and keep up the good work. Thank you.
Thank you, Jan, for those wonderful remarks. I'll now call on Mariana from Miller SA, followed by Anyway from Afrobarometer, and Kim Robinson from Renaissance Strategic Solutions. She wears many hats, as well as AGA, Attorney General Alliance, that's now known as Pan-African Justice Initiative. If you could just queue to be ready.
Good afternoon, everyone. Oh, wow, my voice is quite loud. Sorry about that. It's a great honor to be here today to celebrate this incredible milestone for GGA. On behalf of Miller SA, I would like to extend our deepest gratitude for the remarkable collaboration we have shared over the past few years. As a conference management and in-house training coordinator, our mission has always been to provide top-notch, relevant conferences that drive meaningful change and inspire excellency within organizations, and ultimately for our country. In this journey, we have had the privilege of calling GGA as a fiercely independent institution to help us facilitate conversations that move us all forward. You have constantly shown up, contributing your voice with passion and professionalism for the critical engagement we host in energy initiatives and state-owned enterprises. Your dedication to South Africa's progress is evident, and it's what drew us to partner with you in the past few years. Your organization, rooted in ethics and integrity, is one of we are immensely proud of. As you celebrate 10 years of impact, leadership, and commitment to the nation, we congratulate you on this outstanding achievement. We look forward to continue our work together over the next coming years. Congratulations once again. Thank you so much. And I would like to send my greatest gratitude to Ukrisi. She has been very outstanding and always there whenever we needed her assistance. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. DGA at 10. Should we say 20? I'm super excited to be here. My name is Enwe Chingwete from the Afrobarometer. Maybe some of you, you're wondering what is Afrobarometer. Afrobarometer is a survey research organization headquartered in Accra, Ghana. We broadly conduct surveys on governance and democracy issues, and currently covering about 40 countries in Africa. We also just celebrating 25 years of existence. So we're super excited to be celebrating with GGA today. I also have some colleagues here, and I'm happy to see all of them here. So congratulations once again to GGA on your 10th anniversary from all of us from Afrobarometer. And basically, we really celebrate your outstanding commitment over the past decade to advancing transparency, accountability, and good governance across Africa. Your tireless efforts have been instrumental in fostering positive change and improving the lives of many. As partners in the pursuit of a better governed and more democratic continent, we are inspired by your accomplishments. We are especially proud to have partnered with GGA in so many fronts. My colleague Jan has already also explained, we work with the IGRA is our co-partner for Southern Africa. And so we actually have partnered with GGA on a number of fronts. They've attended our summer school events, which are part of the Afrobarometer capacity building on understanding data analysis, understanding Afrobarometer data, analyzing it and packaging it and sharing it with our stakeholders. We've also partnered with them. Jan has spoken about the EU-led project, the Data for Governance Alliance, where we connect civil society organizations and the African Union. We actually have annual convenings, and we actually coming out of one in Cape Town. So there's been really mutual partnership between Afrobarometer and GGA. And from us, Afrobarometer, we also have attended GGA events sharing the Afrobarometer data, which is actually, the insights of African citizens itself, the heartbeat of African citizens itself. So this has been really helpful. Looking ahead, we are confident that your future work will continue to strengthen institutions, empower communities, and contribute to sustainable development. Your passion and commitment remain vital in tackling the challenges ahead, and we encourage you to stay bold, innovate as you navigate the next decade. I know very well, very soon we'll be celebrating 20 years of existence. And once again, we say congratulations. We are super excited to be part of this celebration. And we say GGA at 10. Congratulations.
I'll now invite Kim. As I said, she's wearing two hats, which is Renaissance Strategic Solutions, as well as Pan-African Justice Initiative, formerly known as Attorney General Alliance. There will be two more in-person well wishes, which is a good friend, a custodian for wildlife, Ashol Gleason from the Southern African Wildlife College, and last but certainly not the least, Neo from Africa Tikkun. So I'd like to invite Kim.
GGA at 10. GGA at 10. GGA at 10. I'm Kim Robinson, based in Johannesburg, and I'm with the Pan-African Justice Initiative, also known as PAJI. We have offices in Johannesburg and Nairobi and country coordinators all over this great continent. And it is just an absolute pleasure to have been included on this, during this milestone and foundational anniversary. And not only do I want to congratulate you for the last 10 years, but I want to congratulate you on the ambitious targets you set for the next decade. I'm looking forward to seeing all the things that we're going to talk about in terms of the impact that GGA has had. So congratulations and good luck. Thank you for the work you do. And thanks for getting us as PAJI. Whenever I engage with GGA, I get like a responsive, cooperative group of people to work with. What PAJI does is we train prosecutors and other individuals in the criminal justice value chain so that we can address transnational crime. So that's fully consistent with the rule of law, justice, anti-corruption perspective of GGA. And regarding the PAJI and GGA partnership, I'd like to use the image of a wheel moving forward and toward the direction of the rule of law and progress. PAJI and GGA are spokes in the same wheel, leveraging African potential for a prosperous and thriving Africa. PAJI has partnered with GGA to co-host several key events. These include a workshop on the illegal trade in ivory and rhino horn, a hybrid conference on Africa's girl child and the struggle for health, education, and agency, a conference on countering transnational organizational crime, and a workshop on the illicit wildlife trade. These events had hundreds of participants and included the legal sector, media, academia, prosecutors, business, and youth, public servants, civil society, and wildlife sector professionals. This speaks to the power, the convening power of GGA to bring people together to work towards solutions. In conclusion, on behalf of PAJI, I wish GGA continued success because their success is our success and the success of Africa. I hope that GGA, as it grows, that your cooperation with PAJI grows. As PAJI, we look forward to many years of collaboration. Thank you for the friendship and the partnership and the leadership.
We have two more in-person remarks, and the first is from Ashwell, and after that it will be Africa Tikkun.
Okay, 10, everybody. It's wonderful to be here. Many of you may or may not know, I live in the Central Kruger National Park. It's a real struggle. Coming to the big city is amazing. Seeing a bookshop is amazing. Seeing a cinema is amazing. But over and above my humor with this, I, in my own capacity, arrived wearing, and you can see, I don't generally wear suits, a khaki uniform to GGA's offices around the corner in Rosebank. And I think I caused a bit of a stir. And since that time, which was, I figured out down to exactly 2018, GGA has become a fundamental part of my work. It has influenced a lot of work more seriously now in how we think about, implement, and lead on governance in the conservation and biodiversity sector. I think a lot of you have probably seen lots of coverage in the media around these issues. It's come front and center of GNU. So instead of saying GNU, most of you know a wildebeest as a GNU. So I tend to view the Government of National Unity as a GNU, an animal that can run and go for a long time. It's not necessarily the fastest. Humor aside, again, I really want to recognize, both personally and professionally, the incredible impact GGA is having. In the darkest of times, when I arrived on that day, we had found out what the rhino poaching numbers were in the Kruger. Very practical, very granular, very hard. We'd also seen the impact of criminalization of local communities. I had nowhere to turn to, neither did many of our colleagues. Trust was a problem. It still remains a problem, unfortunately, in the conservation sector. And what I learned from GGA is trust building and governance is key. They go hand in hand. And you've got to work on the one to support the other and vice versa. And yeah, since 2018, just to echo Kim and her inputs, we've had a number of GGA interventions and amazing events. And I know the one that was held in 2022, I'm going to stick my neck out, for the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment, the security cluster, the justice guys, advocates, prosecutors. It was the first time they had gotten into the same room. GGA did that. GGA did that. So well done, Robert, and the GGA team. You've brought people together that would never have come together to talk about real issues, not just political speak. I'm not aiming that at politicians, but actually getting to the nitty-gritty. And I think we've heard from several others how important that is. And it's making a difference, particularly in the region I work in. It's making a difference how we think and do governance. So congratulations. I'll be 60 at GGA at 20. So I won't have retired yet, but I'm looking forward to seeing that and being part of the journey with all of you. So thank you very much from the Wildlife College and me personally.
Last but certainly not the least, in-person well wishes is going to come from Neoa Belinda from Africa Tikun.
Thank you, Christy. Good afternoon, everyone. Got you. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you. GGA at 10. I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate GGA for reaching this milestone, celebrating their 10th anniversary. Africa Tikun started its working relationship with GGA in 2022 when the first African Girl Child Conference was hosted. I remember sending about 20 young women to attend the conference, and they asked, "Ma'am, what do we do there?" And I said, "Prepare well and engage." And at the conference, they asked relevant questions, and GGA listened. So let's give a round of applause to GGA. I think the questions that the young women asked GGA was, what do we do after this conference? Because we've just spoken, you've asked us our problems and everything. So what next? Did not even have enough time to engage us. So how does this conference really solve our problems? And GGA took upon themselves to make sure that they called all the 20 young women who were in the conference, consulted them, and came up with a program for a year that they engaged them to address their problems. I think GGA deserves a round of applause. And this was led by Gail quietly, as always, behind the scenes, but taking note. And so I really want to thank you, Gail, for engaging the young women. They've been part of the conference for the past 2 years. This year, we will be next week. Actually, it's next week. They will be participating. And GGA, our relationship has grown since then, working with Jane, Kobone, Chrissy, and the CEO, Mr. Patrick, to really, really look at how we can support young people in the communities of Deep Sloot, Orange Farm, Alex, and in Flaney in Cape Town. As we speak, there are 2 young people who are actually representing, who are from Africa Tikkun, that represented GA at the ESG conference, and they are being paid for being there. So thank you again, GGA, for walking the talk. During the elections this year, GGA took it upon themselves, that the leadership of Jane, to make sure that our young people were educated, they were engaged, their voices were heard. They actually went out and they did research on what the community thinks about the election and the possibility of a GNU, the Government of National Unity, before it actually happened. So thank you for working with young people and making sure that the skills are being transferred. So this is to many years of ensuring and advancing good governance in Africa, and that is to GGA. And we hope that when we meet next, there will be different offices. I mean, we should have offices in all African countries. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Noah. We will now hear from the people who are not here with us in person, but have well wishes to render to GGA.
I'm United States Judge Mark Wolf and Chair of Integrity Initiatives International. I'm honored to congratulate Good Governance Africa and its visionary founder, Robert Rose, on this most meaningful milestone in its vital work. Integrity Initiatives International has catalyzed and is coordinating a rapidly progressing campaign to create the International Anti-Corruption Court, a court that will prosecute and punish corrupt leaders who rob their citizens of their human rights and the resources important to their health, education, and welfare. Good Governance Africa has quickly become a treasured partner in this endeavor. So on behalf of the legions of vulnerable victims of grand corruption throughout Africa and indeed throughout the world, I thank Good Governance Africa and Robert Rose for their dedication to our common cause and say, very well done. I'm United States Judge Mark Wolf.
Let's go. Hi, Robert. Hello, friends at Good Governance Africa. I know it's a special day for you today and you're celebrating 10 years. I'm actually here at the African Union and I thought it would be a very appropriate place to send you well wishes out of your 10 years. I had the pleasure and privilege of working with you for 5 of those years, so half time, and I just want to wish all of you the best. So to Robert, Nana, Prof. Baru, Deji, all the executive directors, so Ola, Tina, Zerihun, and others, and the team at GGA, just wanted to wish you well. The theme of good governance has come up here quite a bit at the UNESCO Forum on transforming knowledge for Africa's future. Hope it's a wonderful day. And to the team, Gail, Mabel, Mark, Lloyd, Richard, and the others, Chrissy, all the best to you, and here's to your next 10 years and beyond. Thanks so much. Bye. Let's go.
All right, what do we say to that? DJ 10, good afternoon. That sounds better. Thank you so much. Thank you to those who thanked us because we are, because you are. And thanks also to the last speaker, Elaine, for that great, my predecessor, I guess. It's always good to hear people say good things to you as a person, but also as an organization. That is an appreciated act, but also it's a challenging thing because you now need to improve going forward. And I can say that without any equivocation that GGA is committed to becoming a better organization and to improving and deepening our impact going forward with the help and the participation and partnerships of all of you and many, many others going forward. And in these sessions that we've had so far, we already have identified so many areas and many organizations that we can do much more with. And we're looking forward to working with you going forward. We're now transitioning, having finished that part, that session of congratulatory messages. We are now transitioning to the awards. We have 2 sets of award recognition. There's one for different stakeholders that we're working with in the local government space, and we, as well as in the media space. And we also are going to recognize, we're going to give long service awards to our staff members. Sometimes we forget our staff, but these are the people that are doing things, that are making things possible. And therefore, now I'm going to invite Tina, my colleague, who's an executive director of GGA Ghana. She is going to come up, and then I need Chrissy back so that she can then invite the people that are going to receive awards. I read somewhere that, I can't remember, but that this company is, I think it's K Cosmetics in America. This woman said that recognition is good, but public recognition is much better. And so we want to do that public recognition. She tells a story of being invited into a celebration of some sort by one of the firms, manufacturing firms. And as she was in this gathering like this, she noticed that there were a group of people that were seated somewhere. They were wearing ill-fitting sort of jackets. And she was wondering, why are these people wearing like this? But then the occasion continued. And the reason why she was brought here, it was because they were going to recognize the best salespeople in that company. And so she asked the guy, one of the executives, who are these people? And they said, no, these are our best salespeople. These are the people that are pushing, and said, oh, okay. And then the event went on. But she realized that they were coming to a close of the event. And she asked, when are we going to give the awards? She says, no, the awards were given at the office, and then we gave them their t-shirts, their jackets. And then she said, but it isn't supposed to be their day when we see them, we celebrate them, when we hear from them. Only to find out that this company never prioritized recognizing people in public. And they even gave them their ill-fitting shirts because they didn't bother to go and measure them. They asked questions. So we don't do that here at GGA. We recognize people in person. And so I'd like to invite my colleagues to come forward so that we can get the top performers from municipalities, different categories that we're going to get here. And by the way, on your tables, we have what is called Africa in Fact publication. It's brand new. It just came out of the oven. It's a 10-year anniversary. This is what we produce every quarter. It's a quarterly, and it's our flagship in the continent. We invite those of you who have a proclivity to write articles. Please, we want to partner with you. We want to make sure that carries the voices of Africans, both to Africa and to the world, so that they can change and entrench government and good governance. Over to you. Dango.
GJ 10. On behalf of the Good Governance Africa, our founder, Mr. Robert Rose, the executives, and my colleagues at the Southern Africa Regional Office, we would like to congratulate the award winners for today. Without you, all the beautiful things they're saying about Good Governance Africa wouldn't be. So we would like to show our appreciation for your collaboration and cooperation. We thank you very much.
Thank you, Tina. Finally, awards recognition ceremony. Much waited for, much anticipated. And we just want to thank everybody who's here. Some of you flew in, some of you were driving in. We really appreciate it. So I just want to highlight the award ceremony and why we're having it and how we're having it. I think earlier on, Patrick did mention the areas of focus that GGA works on, and this is purely awards of recognition. So there was no nominations, there was no voting. It was recognizing the recipients according to the areas of focus, whether it's the Governance Insights and Analytics Program, which produced the Governance Performance Index, which is the first category of awards that's going to go out. Africa, in fact, has been mentioned as well, the Natural Resource and Governance Program and Climate Change, as well as Peace and Security. So the awards are purely to recognize good governance in those areas of our work that we have identified. And now we're going to start with the Governance Performance Index Awards, which recognizes top performing municipalities. The first award is for the top performer metropolitan municipality. And the recipient is City of Cape Town. I'd like to invite Kokta. We have the acting director to please come up. Thank you. We are going to move on to the next award. And the runner-up performer, Metropolitan Municipality, City of Eguruleni. Yes, you give it to him. Yes. The next category is top performer, secondary city, Frankenstein local municipality. At the end of this set of awards, we are going to give the recipients 2 minutes to say something. And the next category, runner-up performer, secondary city. We are giving this one out in absentia and it will be delivered to them. So this award goes to Stellenbosch local municipality. The top performer for larger towns is the next category. And the award goes to Saldanha Bay local municipality. The runner-up performer for larger towns is the next category. And this award goes to Reed Valley local municipality. I believe they are not here and we will courier it to them. I would now like to invite the Acting Chief Director, Municipal Governance at the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, Mr. Alphas Ndo, to give some encouragement to the winners.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. GGA 20, I'm being ambitious. On behalf of our DG, Mr. Mbulelo Changana, who's not here due to other commitments, we are very much excited as the Department of Cooperative Governance to be part of this initiative, to be part of this celebration. We always say that if we were to turn around the situation at municipalities, it's a whole of society approach. Yes, we have to take a lead as the Department of Cooperative Governance, but all of us, we have a role to play. And we're excited that today, as much as earlier on I was very worried, it was all negative things about local government, corruption. It shows that it is not all gloom and doom. We do have some of our municipalities which are doing well. It's not about us, it's about the people that we serve out there. So congratulations to all the winners, and well done as well to GGM for partnering with all the key stakeholders. All of us who have to hold hands together if we are to turn around this situation. Thank you so much and congratulations.
I'd now like to call on the winners to give a brief message of acceptance. And it's going to be in the same order that you received your awards, starting with the City of Cape Town, Ekurhuleni, Drakenstein, and Saldanha Bay.
Good afternoon. Oh, but there was a very, very quiet GGA at 10 after the winners. Good afternoon, everyone. Super. I just want to say thank you so much to GGA for the recognition towards the City of Cape Town. And I obviously represent the mayor here, and in our WhatsApp group is already received the photos from Gareth Morgan, who you've also seen on the panel earlier today. Sorry, I'm a little bit out of breath because I ran up that steps now. But you've heard already from my colleague the ambition with which the City of Cape Town is driving our service delivery across all communities in our metro. No matter where our residents may find themselves, it's our hope in our City of Hope to be able to deliver the best services possible to our residents. And we often make mistakes, but we learn from those mistakes and we improve on what it is that we're able then to deliver. And I think for us, our ambition is led front and center by our mayor through the political leadership and our city manager on the administrative side, where over the next 3 years, a statistic that has already been shared, we'll be spending about 10 billion rand on our capital program, which is amazing when we make the comparisons to other metros, large metros. And really, it mustn't be who wins this competition, but rather an encouragement to every single municipality in this room to try and meet the very same challenge so that we're able to deliver the best services to all of the residents within our beautiful country. So thank you very much to GGA for the recognition, and congratulations to all the other winners as well. Thank you.
While City of Ekurhuleni is coming up, the following will be Drakenstein and then Saldanha Bay.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dr. Imogen Mashazi. I'm the city manager for the City of Ekurhuleni. I am greatly honored and humbled, a recipient of this special award. And I want to confirm with all the speakers that GGA is doing a great job and reminds all of us about good governance. And it is important that as administrators, we actually ensure that good governance becomes the life of our career. I also want to take this opportunity to appreciate the contribution that GGA is actually ensuring that everyone in this sector, especially local government, begins to understand and appreciate the meaning of good governance. It is well and good to say that you are rendering good services to your citizens, but what is important, you really spend the money accordingly. Because when budget is allocated, it must be spent accordingly. You need to ensure that you have internal controls, and the budget that is meant to go to communities, it goes to communities. And we need to ensure that we fight fraud and corruption, and we become apolitical in terms of our responsibility as administration, and we are also able to stand firm against political interference. As we know that all of us in the country, we are in coalition governments. Mine is very complex, but it's important as an accounting officer to ensure that you are firm in ensuring that there's good governance, there's no political interference, and all your officials are actually employed in terms of their skills, and there's no political employee are not qualified and actually spoil the good work that this government or this city has actually ran in the past 5 years. We received back-to-back clean audits. 3 of them, we've been receiving unqualified audits since I started, and we hope that with this current audit, we'll get another clean audit. Thank you very much, GGA.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Johan Leibrand. I'm from the Drakensberg municipality. Thank you for the recognition, and I would really like to or make the point that Good Governance Africa is really making a difference. Because it's the only rating where the rating is not only based on financial sustainability, but it also covers management, service delivery, as well as good governance and clean audits. A clean audit is fine. Good governance is fine. You must have that. But we must never forget that service delivery is our core business. So we also would like to have clean audits and good governance awards for service delivery, which is our core business. But thank you very much for this recognition. It is highly appreciated. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's after lunch, try better. Good afternoon, everyone. It's better. Mr. Rose, first of all, to you and your team, my respect for the mission that you set out years ago on. And that is to show that South Africa and Africa doesn't only have failure, that we have good governance. And I think it's something that we should have a departure point in our country and in our continent, is focusing on what works instead of what doesn't work. And we should take what works, the same computer language, we should copy and paste, and we should roll out. I want to start for a moment and just point out where I spoke earlier about a culture, Mr. Rose, and I would just like to point out, if you look at this, and I just made a quick analysis, 5 prizes went to Meyer Cleopas from Swartland, Meyer van Deventer from Stellenbosch, Meyer Gordon Neil Lewis from Cape Town, Meyer Karabi from Drakensberg, and of course Saldanha and their respective administrations. It is also important to point out that they are all neighbors. 2 of them are out of the West Coast district, which speaks to that culture of sharing with each other. There's the mayor of the municipal manager of Swartland. We so often speak, and I hear people talking about political interference. Wouldn't it be just great when we sit in a room and we discuss how we're going to deliver services to our people, and it would be completely impossible for an outsider to tell who's a politician and who's an administration. That, Mr. Rose, is called good governance, where our focus is not where I stand, nor my departure point. My focus is serving my people because they deserve it. South Africa deserves it, and Africa deserves it. Thank you very much for the honor of being here today.
We're going to move into the second phase, and I think just for the sake of time, when you accept your award, we will then allow you to render your message. I'd like to invite the AG. I know she doesn't like to be called that, but when you work for that office, everyone there is an AG. She's head of portfolio, strategy, and governance. Ms. Sibongile Lubambo is going to present the next batch of awards, and then she'll also render her congratulatory messages. So we're now moving to the top performer, small towns. And the recipient of this award of recognition is Swartland Local Municipality.
GGA at 10. Good afternoon. My name is Jochie Sols. I'm from Swartland Municipality. Our headquarters are located in the town of Malmesbury. And I listened to all the city managers, and I wanted to say I'm Jochie Sols, the city manager of the city of Swartland. But unfortunately, we're not a city. We're just a small local municipality. I want to congratulate the GGA with this initiative and also with your 10-year celebration. Once again, thank you also for the recognition, and to the AG, when we started way back in 2010, getting our first clean audit, and we've got 11 now, up until now, my slogan was, trust is good, but control is better. We always have to implement control measures. But thank you for the recognition. It is appreciated.
And the next award is for the runner-up performer for small towns. And the recipient is Berg River Local Municipality. They are not here today, and we will ensure that they receive their award. The next category is for the top performer, rural municipalities, and the recipient is Blouberg Local Municipality.
EGA 10. Thank you very much for the opportunity. I feel very much honored on behalf of Bloemfontein Municipality to receive this award. I would like to extend my appreciation to the founder of GGA, Robert Rose, and the entire team. Your commitment to good governance promotion in Africa is really encouraging. Happy GGA 10.
It means a lot when we see executive mayors coming to receive awards from so far. We really do appreciate it. And I'm particularly excited about this next award. The executive mayor is here. It happens to be her birthday as well today. And what better way to celebrate your birthday than to receive an award of recognition here at Good Governance Africa. This award is the runner-up performer, rural municipalities. And the award goes to Winnie Matigizela Mandela Local Municipality, formerly known as Mbizana Local Municipality. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. Yeah. Happy birthday to you. Hooray. The municipal manager for the municipality is also here. I'd just like to invite him on stage.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. I'm directed by the mayor to say a few words. I'm Luvuyo Mahlaga, the municipal manager of Winnie Matigizela. Let me just start by saying we indeed congratulate GGA for a milestone so worthwhile to enjoy. We are direct beneficiaries of your work. When you issued the report in 2016, we're definitely the lowest in the country. We agreed through the leadership that let's use this report as an academy for us to do better than the way we have been reported. So we started a journey since that 2016 report. We are where we are. We are proud to be a product of your contributions as well. And we wish you all of the best as you take the next decade of the life of GGA, and we will continue to make you proud and do well. Thank you very much for that.
We are having the last award under the GPI, which is our Governance Performance Index. And this one is particularly exciting, and I'm going to invite our AG to come and present that award.
Thank you, Chrissy. I think during in the morning, Chrissy was reminding me of the story. about this municipality. And you might already tell who that municipality is. It's a municipality that in 2016, when the report was done, it had done terribly. But with the effort and the support from various role players, including GGA, the Auditor General, and other role players, and the leadership in the municipality itself, they managed to make significant progress. This municipality is in the Alfred Nzo district. They were one of 4 municipalities in the province that has received clean audit, have been receiving clean audit for the last 3 years. They are currently the only one in the district for the last outcomes to receive a clean audit. Ladies and gentlemen, the most improved award goes to Winnie Matigizela municipality.
I'd now like to invite all the award recipients for municipal awards to come on stage for a group picture. Municipal managers, mayors, all the awards recipients, or they can stand in the front. I just need to take this opportunity to emphasize the last award. In our very first GPI, Mbizana municipality was the worst performing. And as the AG has already said, through various initiatives, capacity building, as well as partnering with the AG and the IRI, GGA was able to intervene, and we were well received in Mbizana municipality. We worked with them for 3 to 4 years, and the results weren't immediate. You can imagine from 2016, they're getting a good award of recognition in 2024. So change is gradual, but change is possible. And well done to Mbizana, Winnie Mandela municipality. I'd like to invite my colleague, Susan Thompson-Russell, for the next section of the awards.
All right, thank you so much for that. We are moving forward with our program. It's getting exciting and really is amazing to see excellence personified. We have people, it's not all doom and gloom. We have got people in our countries and in our municipalities that are doing work. And as I think one of the people that spoke here said, we have to acknowledge where excellence is, because we sometimes have a tendency, even in the media, of writing about the worst and the doom and gloom. But it's always good to see excellence. And now we're going to transition towards the AIF, which is the publication that I showed before. And here's the editor right in front of me, or in front of us. Her name is Susan Thomas. Can we give her a round of applause? Yeah. She's the one who is behind even the one that is in front of you now. Sue, do you want to come forward?
Everyone. I've been asked to give 2 awards to 2 of our writers. It was very difficult to choose because, for a start, we have published 70 issues of AIF, 71 if you count the one that's on your table. So that was very difficult. So the awards in no way represent best of the best. They are very specific. One is in recognition of someone who's written for the publication almost from its inception. And the second award is for someone who can basically turn their hand to anything, which is something of a lifesaver when you're an editor. So I know that neither of them are here, but I still would like to acknowledge them. The first, the contributor of the decade is Renat Kapaldus, who was writing for AIF long before I ever got there. And the second person is Michael Schmidt, who can literally turn his hand to anything when it comes to submitting an article. But I would also then, in the same breath, like to just say thank you to all the contributors to AIF, especially the people who have come to the party in the last few years. It's been, put it this way, I've been encouraged to expand our repertoire of writers, contributors quite widely. I think we've succeeded in doing that. I think there are a lot more newer voices that we now we share with you guys. I was also asked to just say a few words about this issue, which is very different to our normal quarterly publication. So anyone who's looked at it and who knows the kind of the normal thematic way we approach things will see that it is not broadly based around a theme, which is what we normally do. It is a selection of articles from the 70 issues of AIF in our archive. It was very difficult, much more difficult than I thought it would be, to whittle all the articles in all those issues down to a short-ish list of 38, and then had to whittle that down even further. So I think, stand to be corrected, I can't remember now, but I think there were like 23 or 24 in the anniversary issue. And yeah, I hope you enjoyed reading it as much as you would any other issue. We've already commissioned for the next one and are planning the one after that, because that is the nature of the beast. But yeah, so thank you. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Sue. They received that in absentia. Yeah, I just want to acknowledge someone who always does great work, but and then hides away. Brendan. Brendan is the guy who designs all of our stuff. You know, Brendan, can you just let's give him. You know, those of us who write and you know, submit to Sue, and then they edit it and all of that. But then it has to go to Brendan, who just does the magic so that you can look at it. It's appealing. He finds pictures. He finds, I mean, I don't know how he does it. And then he's got other people like, you know, Tsepang, who then puts it out there for us in the world to see it. I really want to appreciate all the people that do the hard slog, but are never really seen out there in the public at GGA. Writers, people that think it's amazing. I mean, I get to work every day with some of the best thinkers. And when you read the articles that they've written, and it's amazing the stuff that we have at GGA. So let's just give them a round of applause again. Thank you, GGA. Now, I've got to call one or more of those. The first one is Busi. Busi is the head of the Natural Governance and Natural Resource Governance and Climate Change Program. And she is coming up. She's going to call also her partners that she works with. And then after that, we're going to have Stephen. I indicated earlier on that we have a number of programs. He's the head of our peace and security program. And he's also going to come up and invite the people that would receive certain awards. Busi, over to you. Give me a round of applause.
GGA 10. GGA 10. Good afternoon, everyone. Under the Natural Resource Governance and Climate Change Program, we are acknowledging two individuals who have done incredible work in the space. The first one, Ashley Maritz, who is the Sustainability Manager at Ivanhoe Mines. Unfortunately, she couldn't make it due to other work commitments. This is in recognition for excellence in social performance, for her contribution and efforts to ensure gender-inclusive stakeholder engagements and initiating a skills pipeline from early childhood development right through to tertiary education. Our second individual who'd like to recognize, who is thankfully here with us today, Usis Nontle Putuma. She is the founder and the spokesperson of the Amadiba Crisis Committee. It is an honor and privilege to award Sis Nontle in recognition for excellence in environmental activism, for her outstanding efforts and contribution in promoting environmental sustainability and leading strong community participation in the Xolobeni and the wider Eastern Cape region. Sis Nontle, thank you. I'd like to call on my colleague Stephen to come up next. Thank you.
Good afternoon, colleagues. I have it jumped again. GJ at 10. I have the privilege this afternoon to give two awards of recognition, one to an individual and one to an institution. The first goes to Mr. Ashwell Glasson. Ashwell has been critical in helping to advise GGA on issues of environmental conservation and governance. You know, we've spoken a lot this morning about governance related to our built environment, service delivery of cities, our towns, but our biodiversity and our natural world is, of course, perhaps our biggest asset on the continent. Ashwell's tireless work in this space has been an inspiration to me and to our colleagues. He's helped us with research and analysis, particularly around the intersection of security and conservation. He's helped us forge partnerships with the DFFE, NPA, and a number of training and capacity building workshops. Thank you, Ashwell.
Thank you very much, GGA. I'm really, really honored and for a change, a little unable to actually verbalize, which is quite unusual for me. But thank you. And it's been largely because of you and your openness to forging partnerships and getting breakthroughs. So thank you very much. Rob, your team is amazing. Patrick, etc. I really, really appreciate this. And at a personal level, my wife is not angry with GGA, but she said, you were not really interested in doing a PhD until you started doing work with GGA. So yes, I'm doing a PhD. Thank you, everyone.
The second award I'd like to present is Excellence in Peace Building and Reconciliation, and that goes to the Institute for Justice and Reconciliation. Before your cap, the IJR has for over 2 decades worked across Africa in transitional justice issues, working with governments and post-conflict societies to build fair and inclusive societies. They've really worked tirelessly on taking lessons learned in the South African transition to democracy and seeing where those can be applicable in other African contexts. Particularly, I'd also like to acknowledge in memoriam Dr. Webster Zambara, who worked within the Peacebuilding Interventions Unit at IJR. Unfortunately, he recently passed away. He was critical to IJR's journey. I had the privilege of calling him a mentor and a friend. For anyone who's worked in peacebuilding and conflict resolution, mediation, knows it's a very difficult environment to work in. It's grueling, but Webster's passion for his work, his love for the continent, his love for the peoples, and his ability to always see possibility in Africa was always a source of inspiration to me and many who met him. So I'd like to invite the Director of Policy and Research at IJR, Jan Hofmeyer, to come up and accept the award.
On behalf of IJR and my colleagues, thank you very, very much for the recognition that we receive. I receive it on behalf of colleagues present and past, Stephen being one of them. I would also want to pay tribute again also to Webster Zambara that we've lost earlier this year, a great peace builder and really somebody that exemplified the IJR spirit, but also peace in itself. Webster used to end all his emails with peace, and he lived that. And I think it's something that we at IJR continue to remember about him and will also drive us forward and inspire us. Ours is a vision that is not easy to achieve. I think like the GGA, we strive for continental change at a systemic level. And very often we find ourselves with great challenges. Sometimes we succeed, sometimes we fail, but we continue to push ahead. And it is awards like this that really encourage us to continue. Thank you very much again for this recognition. Really appreciate it.
All right, thank you so much. I think many of you would want to know a bit about the GPI, one of the flagship programs that that GGA is implementing together with our partners, on the basis of which we had today identified and recognized some of the people. And from my understanding of the GPI, it has improved from the feedback that has been received from many of the municipalities and local authorities and cities. And I think Chrissy is just going to say a few words about that. And then after that, we are going to go to the the long service awards. Yeah. Okay. And then I will take it from there. Chrissy, over to you.
Thank you, Mphathi. There's just one more award that we're going to present, and it's related to data. So ahead of that, I'm going to speak about our Governance Performance Index. The GPI is a ranking tool that was established in 2016. It's primarily to provide a snapshot of what local municipalities look like from a service delivery perspective, from a audit and administrative perspective, from a planning and development perspective, as well as other mandates that had improved with time, was ranking it according to comparing apples with apples. And we want to appreciate some of our partners and the municipalities that well received the GPI and gave us constructive feedback in terms of improving it and enhancing it as a tool. Sometimes it's easy as a research, and advocacy policy think tank to do the research, but it's improved when you get people who are on the ground, people who work with the municipalities, giving you constructive feedback to say, okay, great, this is how you can improve your tool. This is how you'd fairly, rank municipalities. So when we received that feedback, we also took it proactively. We went back and refined our methodology to ensure that now we were able to compare municipalities according to their different categories. As you saw, there was the rurals, there was the towns, there's the metros, there's the smaller and larger municipalities. And this has enhanced our methodology. And because our methodology has been enhanced so much now, we are confident that the GPI that started in South Africa can be replicated to any African country. It has a flexible methodology that's adaptable to the different countries in Africa, and we can then improve local governance in Africa. It's important to note why we are doing local government work. It's because between national, provincial, and local government is the sphere of government that is closest to the citizens. And remember, part of GGA's mandate is to improve the lives of everyday citizens by empowering them to active citizenry, by being accountable citizens that are able to hold their governments to account, while we're equally empowering the state to be a capable state. And nobody explains this better than my boss, Dr. Ross Harvey, the economist. He'll tell you about the narrow corridor. So literally, we are very happy that the GPI has, been sustainable. From 2016 up to now, the GPI has improved and it's being well received. And I just like what the City of Cape Town said. It's not a competition, it's a mirror. It's to show you how you are performing as a municipality. Is to show you where you are doing well and excelling, because it's important that we recognize good performance, equally as it is important for us to say, hey, this is where you are lacking. This is where you need to improve. So the GPI is a mirror for every municipality to look at. And the good thing about Good Governance Africa is we also do provide bespoke services. If you have seen where you rank on the GPI, we are able to do a deep dive and give you the granularity of why you ranked where you ranked, where you're doing well and where you need to improve, hoping that this will enable the municipality to improve in the next GPI and just to also improve in terms of their own mandate as a municipality. So that's the GPI in a nutshell. Our Governance Performance Index is available on our website, gga.org, and you can download it from there for those who haven't had it or read it. Now, finally, the very last award, which is also data related. We really need to recognize the excellence in data governance. And this is an organization that has successfully collected data over 25 years in, they started with 33 the number kept going up, and I think it's 38 African countries and still growing. And consistently, round after round, they are providing public perceptions data of how people view democracy and other issues relating to governance. So the final award for the excellence in data governance goes to none other than Afrobarometer.
Everyone. It is my tremendous honor to receive this prestigious award, Excellence in Data. I'm super excited as we receive this on behalf of the Afrobarometer. Clearly, that shows that, and it underscores the value that GGA places on data. And I also want to highlight the fact that Afrobarometer places so much value in terms of collecting high quality data that speaks to the heartbeats of Africans. We're always ready to provide and to give Africans a voice in policy-making process. And as Afrobarometer, clearly we have realized that for policymakers to make well-informed decisions, they need to know what are the perceptions of citizens. And we have taken an initiative since 1999 to be in that front where we place the value for citizens to speak out their minds, to speak out their insights into what's happening in their countries and in their areas of influence. So we're super excited today as we receive this award. Thank you very much, GGA. We are excited about the collaboration, the partnership. We've been really working with Chris as well as Stephen there, and I want to appreciate you all for this prestigious award. Thank you once again. Enjoy more years of working and driving governance and democracy in Africa. I think our theme, we actually working in the same theme of democracy and governance. So we actually tie together in terms of driving democracy governance across Africa. Long live GGA. Thank you once more again. We appreciate. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We appreciate those words as well. We're fast approaching the end. In fact, we not only do we use Afrobarometer's information and reports, but ever since we heard Asafika speaking at the finish, we've been abusing her and asking her to come and speak. And even next week, she's going to be participating in our Girl Child Dialogue program. So this partnership is growing in many ways with Afrobarometer. You're doing a great job telling us about the pulse of democracy and issues like democratic backsliding and what can we do about it. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we have come just before we get to the closing remarks by our chairman. I'd like to invite Dr. Zerouhan Mohammed to the stage. He is the executive director of GGA, the Horn of Africa. He is going to be the one who's going to call out the long service awards of our staff members who have been with GGA for all this time. And some of them are here, some of them are not here, but I'm now going to hand over to him. And then I'd like to invite our founder to come forward to be the one who's going to hand over these, Mr. Robert Rose, so that he's going to be the one handing over after getting indication from Dr. Zerouhan Mohammed. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Patrick. The ritual, GGA 10. 10 is already in the pocket. Why don't you say GJ 20? Yeah, we are striving for that success. We have already achieved the 10. I think, I hope you'll agree with me saying that GJ achieved this milestone with concerted effort of different groups, individuals, organizations, including our donors with their generosity, partner organization in all centers, the media, which is conveying the message we're coming out, and the public at large. But behind all this success, GJ staff are always there with their diverse skill, expertise, and knowledge in their respective area of expertise. Although their experience, skill, and knowledge are diverse, there's one thing in common, their dedication and commitment to the cause of GJ, that is striving to improve the life of citizens through improving governance at different levels. So please join me in a round of applause for the GJ staff's commitment and dedication shown for the last 10 years. Well done, GJ staff. Now, we'll give recognition to those who have served a long time at GJ in all centers. And I wish my center is here, but it's very young compared to the others. And I will call the name of these staffs. First, no other than Gail Neal from GJ Saro. And again, Susan Russell, serving GJ for the past 7 years from Saro. Lloyd Coots. Serving at GJ for the last 8 years. Dr. Ola Bello from Nigeria office. Opening and running the Nigerian office for the last 9 years. Well done. PC Dubé from Saro, working for 9 years. And what? Mabel Nalapati. Working at SARA office for the past 10 years. Yeah, since its establishment, Mabel is always there. Well done. Tina Asante Apetu, working at West African office for the past 10 years. Now I will move to people who are not unfortunately here, but their awards can be given to the directors of the regional office. Julia Bello Schunemann, Dr. Ola. On behalf of Julia, serving GJ for 6 years. Yes. Yes. Gifty Obeng from West Africa office, serving for us 10 years. Tina. Please. Please. Last but not least, Edward Sarpong from West Africa office, serving for 5 years. Thank you, Mr. Robert. Much. I hope it will be energy for the rest of us to be on the same spot for the next GJ20, inshallah. Thank you very much. Back to you, sir.
All right, thank you so much, Dr. Zaruhan. I think it's good to recognize our staff members. I just want to also mention someone who's not employed full-time, who's worked for GGA, but not necessarily employed full-time for us. There's an arrangement that we have, but she's been working for this organization for the last 9 years. Shoni. Where's Shoni? Shoni, come here. Come here, Shoni. Shon-san, where are you? Is she here? Shoni is the person who just makes our lives very, very easy in the office. She provides support to so many of us, to our visitors, to whoever else is there. She makes life just like cement between the walls. Sometimes you don't recognize it. You just look at the what do you call it, the bricks. But there's always cement between the bricks, and it is those people. So Shoni is one of them. But I also saw the one person who makes us visible in social media, Ntsika. She's quiet, but they're doing great work as well. There's Shon-san. Yes, come here, Shon, come. She has a great hairstyle, don't you think? Yeah, I told her I just love her hairstyle today. Thank you, Shoni. Welcome. All right, thank you. All right, thank you so much. And colleagues, I think we've come right to the end of our program now. But I'm sure if there's anyone that I missed, you are all recognized and you are all appreciated. But the person who's going to do that better than I is going to. Okay. All right. Before we ask Deji to come forward to do the closing remarks, I've just been asked to ask all the winners of these awards to come forward here for a group picture. We'll call again our leadership to come and join them here so that the picture is full. All those people that just won their awards, please come. The long service award. Okay. I'm talking about the long service awards. Yeah, it's just the stuff. To come forward, make it quick. And then after the closure, we're all going to go up to have a networking session just to relax a bit. And so please don't leave. We want them to remain for the next 10 years because staff retention is crucial at GGA. So don't leave, stay for the next 10 years and just make the organization better. Now, it is my honor to invite our chairperson for the Southern Africa Regional Office, Mr. Deji Hastrup, who's going to be delivering some closing remarks just before we move to the networking cocktail event, which is going to be up there. Deji is the one who is leading the organization, providing strategic direction, input, and making sure that the organization, not just only here, but also globally, is moving in the direction. He writes well. He is there's a book, his book about the art of propaganda. I'm still trying to get through it. I'm trying to learn how to be a propagandist. He's just put out a book over I think maybe a year or so ago. I don't remember well. But Deji, please come forward. Let's give him a round of applause to give us the closing remark. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Well, here we are. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, thank you. On behalf of all of us at Good Governance Africa, I'd like to express my sincere and heartfelt gratitude to you all. Both those of you who are present here at the venue Melrose Arch, and the many more around the world who have joined us online. I want in particular to thank our partners, our collaborators over the years for the dedication and commitment to the cause of good governance on the continent. I'd like especially to thank the leadership of Triple I, who we are partnering with in the fight against corruption and in the birthing of the IAC court. When our founder, Robert Rose, started this journey here in Johannesburg a little over 10 years ago, it was a totally new idea and had never been tried anywhere in Africa. It was not certain that such a venture would survive, not to think of thriving. But here we are 10 years later. We're now in 4 regional centers, as you have heard, and covering countries that represent about 35% of the population of Africa. Since our inception, we have made progress and learned quite a lot. But we're not done. And we will be putting our experience and the lessons we have learned to good use. Over the next 10 years, we plan to grow our operations and expand our reach to many other parts of Africa. As you all are aware, or may be aware, our vision is of an Africa where all citizens are empowered and fully engaged, where governments are effective and responsive to the needs of all their citizens, where businesses thrive and the economies continue to grow, and where many of you, our partners and friends, can rely on us, continue to work diligently in fighting corruption and poor governance until we make Africa the continent of our dreams. Hopefully, and with your support, when in 2034 we gather to celebrate 20 years of GGA, we would have delivered on our promise. Together, we will make it happen. Once again, I thank you all very much for coming. I hope you will join us for cocktails. Thank you, and God bless.
Wow. The ambassador said when we started, I have a baritone voice. Now you have a baritone voice. And at GGA, we've got other beautiful voices. You heard Stephen's voice, and we also have Mabato, and we have Busi. People have great voices, but I've never heard them sing. I think we're going to have with you, Deji, setting up a choir, a musical group to hear those nice voices sing. For those of us who have come here driving, we have arranged that you can collect your parking tickets from the reception here so that you don't have to pay. And then you can get it from the reception of this place, and they will give you, and then you use it to drive out when you drive out. But don't drive out before we have our evening cocktail gathering. We just want to get to know each other a bit better in a much more relaxed environment. When we are busy, some of you are sitting, some are up here, we don't have time to really get to chat. And so now is that time that we can get to chat. We can even have conversations about potential partnerships. Like going forward, we're serious as GGA about partnering because we believe that we can never make the impact that we could make if we don't work together. So with that, I'd like to say thank you so much again for coming. This event is, this has been a successful event. Is there anyone who agrees with me? Let's give a round of applause to GGA on this great day, and to all of you. You are welcome to go upstairs so that we can have a great evening. Bye-bye. Thank you.